I think there's another event happening with the honorable ministers, so I think we can go to the next one. Honorable Minister Khadija Mohammed, Minister of Environment and Climate Change, Somalia. Do we have her? You're representing the minister. Please come through. Honourable Minister Ian Ryan, Minister of Environment, Climate Change and Communications, Ireland. Please come through to the podium. And Miko Olikane, sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name, Head of the Adaptation Fund, please come to the podium. Apologies, we're just making some last-minute changes. As you know, we were delayed slightly, so we will make some changes. I do have my co-moderator, perhaps moderator Mugo Kibati, CEO of Kenya, Telecom Kenya. Perhaps you can join us, then we can have a combined panel. I think that might work better, given that some of the ministers had to leave. Do you want to join me and we could facilitate and moderate this session together? You are, after all, my partner in crime. So I'm going to combine, if you have the program, I'm going to combine the two panels because we're having some challenges with some of the ministers. I'm going to call on Ambassador Mahi Boumediene from Algeria. Apologies if I am mispronouncing your name. Please come on stage. And we're happy to be joined by Honourable Ian Ryan from Ireland, Honourable Minister for Environment, Climate and Communications from Ireland. This is called adaptation. Yeah. Sincerely, adaptation at work. We're showing you how adaptation is done. We are adapting to the environment as it evolves. So we didn't have some of the ministers before because they're in another session. What we've started to combine, but then it actually looks like we have a very good panel. We have 4 panelists right now, so we'll continue that way. but we'll make it shorter and crisp and finish within 30 minutes for the first panel. And then the second panel, we will get it to the next session. It will be another 30 minutes. But I do understand that we do have a minister from Finland who would like to speak in this panel. And if I can invite the Honorable Minister Pasi Helman, yes, Deputy Minister for Cooperation in Finland. If I can just invite him quickly because he's asked to speak on this panel instead. Please, Honorable Minister, thank you. So, now we are all here and we will be very quick, 5 minutes intervention. So, right, as I was introduced, my name is Kuthum Omar Mutumi and I'm going to be your moderator from the Africa Adaptation Initiative. Before I introduce my panelists once again and give them the floor, I just want to take a few minutes to go through the journey, the adaptation journey, because it's important, and we're all here, we all understand what adaptation is, but I think it's important when we speak with our panelists to understand how we have evolved with adaptation. So, very quickly, we know that the impacts are there, and we've been feeling them, particularly in the continent of Africa, but there have been important milestones in adaptation, where we have seen that ambition has been made, commitments have been made to support adaptation in the continent. I'll give an example. In 2019, when we had in Copenhagen, where we committed through the decision in Copenhagen to the $100 billion per year on adaptation and mitigation. That's an important milestone. So we're not starting from scratch. In Glasgow, we committed to doubling adaptation finance from 2019, I think to the tune of 40 billion per year. So we're not starting from scratch. There's been significant commitments globally to support adaptation in the continent. And more recently, we've got the Global Goal on Adaptation, which has been launched in Paris, and we are working as negotiators and African experts on elaborating the Global Goal on Adaptation. We're actually going to conclude that work. Now, given that we've made so much significant progress, as well as these key milestones on adaptation, we are still feeling the impacts of climate change. And adaptation, IPCC is telling us that actually we're lagging behind. So I have my panelists here who are going to talk to us through why are we going in that path? What do we need to do more? I would like this panel to be more solutions-oriented. We know what the impacts are, but what do we need to do differently? What do we need to do more? How do we enhance this? And I'm very happy to be joined by my distinguished panelists. And I'll start, given that the panelists have changed. I will start with So we will be also joined by our distinguished Minister of Environment from Egypt, Honorable Yasmin Faoud. Thank you. Okay, this panel is getting bigger and bigger. This is great. Again, we are adapting. Now, I was going to start with her, but I'll give her a few minutes to just settle in. So I'll start with Somalia. Can I start with you? Now, Somalia, I'll give you the floor and you can speak for 3 minutes, but I would like you to just focus a little bit more on the challenges of climate adaptation, particularly in addressing food security. We have heard a lot about the drought and the famine that is in Somalia, and particularly that you are the horn, you are the epitome of the Horn of Africa, and the impacts are real. What can you tell us in 3 minutes around the impacts, and what is needed to address this challenge? Over to you.
Oh, thank you, Khartoum, and good afternoon for everybody here. As has been mentioned, a lot of investment had been done in adaptation. But if we go back a little bit on the UNEP report of 2022, which was the Adaptation Gap Report, it shows a collective efforts to address climate adaptation are still inadequate. And the report I quote, it says climate adaptation failure puts the world at risk. And that is exactly what Khartoum is started. Now, if you look at Somalia and the Greater Horn of Africa, if I go back a little bit, in 2011, when the serious famine occurred in Somalia, the people who are in food secure were 4.6 million. But today, people who are in food secure in Somalia alone is over 7 million people. So what are we doing? The frequent droughts and the recurring flood is actually becoming more and more and more. And if you look at data which is existing from 1960, between 1960 and 1990, which was nearly 30 years, there was floods that happened between 2000 and 2022 are almost 4 or 5 times bigger than what has happened in 1960 to 2000. Having said that, and we see the gap of the adaptation program, what can be done differently is, in order to achieve the sustainable development goals, and if we really wanted to realize the Paris Agreement of 2030, those two components necessitate a comprehensive overhaul of Africa's existing adaptation programs. Such programs must be redesigned to engage broader spectrum of stakeholders, including youth, the private sector, women, children, and the concrete effort towards the cross-border adaptation programs. So if those governments within the cross-border, like Kenya, Somalia, Ethiopia, Kenya, and in Djibouti, Eritrea, cannot work together, and it does not have a common adaptation program, because when you look at the community context and the societal setup in those countries, it's just that the border does not exist. So whatever happens here affects on the other side, and we need a cohesive regional programs. Having said that, we also need to relook the pillars of the adaptation programs. Are we doing those pillars concurrently together, such as the adaptation, including innovative tools and instruments, mobilizing finance, climate resilience financial systems, and technical assistance programs? Are they going together? Or are we doing haphazardly or segregatedly to these programs? I think unless we put together on all those three pillars of the adaptation program systematically and work together, we will still be looking the gap we are currently seeing. Africa's adaptation programs, particularly the LCDs, as Khartoum said here, which are the most vulnerable to climate change, remain predominantly small scale. Whatever adaptation program exists in the least developed countries today are small scale. Even larger programs often fall short of significantly reducing the exposure and the risk faced by the communities. So what we need to look here together is, are we really looking climate risk, or we are reactive to the floods and the droughts which usually happens in the Great Horn of Africa and in other parts of the world? I therefore propose and conclude that adaptation strategies should pivot towards a more pronounced focus on reducing exposure to and mitigate the risk posed by the climate change. While resilience building, livelihood diversification, and income generation are important aspects, the primary emphasis must shift towards proactive adaptation and mitigation strategies. And I thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for those very eloquently put. And I like the way you also ended in terms of looking forward. And I would like the next distinguished panelists to actually focus a little bit more about what we can do next, so we can actually have a very concrete way forward. Now, I would like to now invite Honorable Minister Yasmin Faoud, Minister of Environment, Egypt, to talk about a little bit around why we still have a lot of adaptation initiatives on the continent. The scale of action to address climate change in Africa remains far short of what is needed. Despite all the many adaptation initiatives, programs, projects, and so on, we still have a huge adaptation gap. What is needed to enhance implementation of adaptation in the continent, particularly looking at the experiences of Egypt, as you are the Minister of Environment? So over to you, Honorable Minister. 3 minutes, please.
Thank you very much. At the outset, let me thank Government of Kenya for hosting the Africa Climate Summit within the Africa Climate Week. We look forward to a successful deliberation, and greetings to my sister Subian for all the hard work that has been done for the preparation of such a very important event that will act as an important milestone on the road to COP28. Greetings also to the panelists who are joining me in the panel. The question of why we're falling short at the continent would let us respond to the question of what was Paris all about in 7 or 8 years ago, and the agreement that there should be a global goal on adaptation, exactly like we're talking about the 2 degrees or with the 1.5 in the Paris Agreement related to mitigation. This is how we should be focusing in the coming period on the global goal on adaptation. Glasgow in COP26 came up with the work program. We're expecting in COP28 to have that global goal on adaptation, not only in qualitative but in quantitative manner, something that will assess against the impact, how many inhabitants have been saved. And the reason why I'm saying this, because that could be one of the reasons why we're falling short. When we're saying doubling adaptation finance, we're walking the talk towards what? There is a journey that we should reach. So as long as you're not able to measure it, you will not be able really to walk through. So number one, the reason why we're falling short, because simply we need a goal, we need a target, we need an indicator, we need assessment, and we need tools so that we know where we're heading. Secondly, once that is being done, if even the money is there, although that, for example, the Paris Agreement has mentioned the 50-50 balance between the mitigation and adaptation, it was only lately that the GCF was able to fulfill the figure of the 50%. But yet, as countries are still falling short in preparing their national adaptation plans, that contains investment component, that is a second bottleneck. Third bottleneck, which is very important for doubling adaptation finance, and by the way, it should be tripling because it is an outdated information when the adaptation report said that we need $300 billion up till 2030 for adaptation in Africa. Because what's happening now with the extreme weather event in our continent, I can easily say double or triple that amount of money. So let us just focus on the third point of the adaptation and its bankability and de-risking adaptation. We all went through the exercise of renewable energy mitigation, having the MDBs working in order to de-risk the involvement and the investment of the private sector in the renewable energy. We need to do that for adaptation. We cannot just give our back to the agriculture, to the water, to the vulnerable community, because they're not bankable. We need to make adaptation projects bankable, and within the reform that's needed within the MDBs is to pitch in and de-risk the investment of the private sector in that part. Egypt has a good, what I would say, example to do that when we link the food, water, and energy nexus. Energy is bankable, and the private sector would like to pitch in. What we've done is that we've added the agriculture and water, so we make that kind of a balance between mitigation and adaptation and try to get the MDBs in our NWAFI, our Nexus program. Last but not least, the role of not only the private sector or the MDBs, the role of the government itself, not only to prepare the national adaptation plan, but also to try to change the national climate adaptation architecture at the national level. We need to educate our national banks how mitigation is different than adaptation. How can we attract more investment in food security and food transformation? How can the private sector support the small farmers and we build partnerships that are really successful between the banking sector, the private sector, and the small farmer household? All these things are very much needed. If that is within our plan, I think that we can move the top, but it really is a very long journey that we hope by COP28, a global goal on adaptation, measurable with indicator and target, will hit the ground running. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for those very passionate words that you've shared, Honorable Minister. And I think you talked about tripling of adaptation finance, and I think that's an important one because, as we know, that even the doubling is not sufficient. And thank you for bringing the issue around the nexus. I think this is something that we really need to think about more in our continents because we tend to work in silos, and this nexus at a sectorial level, but also mitigation and adaptation is really key, and thank you for bringing that up. I'm going to invite the next speaker from Algeria. Okay, this is the Ambassador Mahi Boumediene, and again, I apologize. Could you share with us the experiences of Algeria on how you are enhancing adaptation and what is needed, what global effort is needed? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, honorable guests. Allow me first of all to address on behalf of our President, His Excellency Abdelmajid Tebboune, thanks and congratulations to the President of Kenya, His Excellency William Ruto, for organizing this summit, which on itself it's a success to the cause and to the effort of the African continent. As you have asked me, I'm going to share with you, as I'm speaking on my national capacity, some experience of what has been done and what has been done in Algeria. But before that, allow me to just to say that our summit is being held in a critical climate context. The IPC RC 6 report confirmed that Africa is warming faster than the rest of the world, and that it not curbed climate change will continue to negatively impact the growth of African economies. Indeed, Africa in particular faces many climate-related risks, including drought, desertification, floods, and forest fires, which lead to displacement, migration, and food crisis. Allow me, in this context, to emphasize that the subject that we are discussing, which is the adaptation to the negative impact of climate change, and also the mitigation of greenhouse gas emission, with, of course, the issue of financing, remain the main topic that we are always discussing when talking about the climate change. When we are talking about the mitigation, it remains linked to the support of developed countries to their partners in Globe South, in accordance with the principles of equity, common but differential responsibility principles, and common but respective capacity of the countries, in consideration of the respective capacity, in order to enable them to the identification of areas of action which constitute important niches for reducing greenhouse gas emission, with a view to responding to the need to stabilize global warming. When we are talking about the climate change, the global or the adaptation, as it has been said now by His Excellency the Minister of Egypt, the issue is linked to defining the global objectives of adaptation. which remain a major challenge that the international community is working to overcome and which make quantification at the global, but also at the regional and national level difficulties, which is impossible to do. Excellency, as to our national attempt or a national effort, and in terms of the fight against climate change, Algeria deeply convinced of the seriously of the challenge of this problem and its negative repercussion has mobilized all national capacity to fulfill its commitment within the framework of the Paris Agreement, thanks to its planned and nationally determined contribution to reduce its greenhouse gas emission by 7% by 2030 by relying only on its own capacity and means, and 20% if it receives external support. The Algerian government also adopted the national climate plans, which constitute a strategic document and concrete proof of its political will and the national effort undertaken by our country to fight against climate change. This plan includes 155 projects, including 76 projects to reduce greenhouse emission and 63 projects to adapt the negative impact of climate change, which concern housing, energy, agriculture, and other areas. In the same context, and as part of its international continental link to climate change, Algeria was able to obtain in April 23 an international funding from the Green Climate Fund in the amount of 3 million to develop the national plan of adaptation. And I'm mentioning this financing to say also that to obtain it, it was a very hard process, and which maybe make Algeria amongst the few countries that they have obtained this external financing due to the exclusion of African countries and the limitation of access of financing. As part of planning,
Ambassador, I have 30 seconds. If you can just wrap up.
yeah,
Thank you.
Absolutely, I'm going to do. So just to say that the legal system was strengthened by the law to combat major risk, where the risk of drought was classified among the serious climate events and the risk of desertification among the major risk. I have to also to mention that among the measures taken to combat risk includes the relaunch of the Green Dam or the Green Belt project as a national priority aimed at effectively contributing to the creation of a green carbon storage zone resisting to climate change by increasing the surface area of this plant cover to from 3.7 to 4.7 million hectares by 2035 and over a length of 1,500 kilometers to combat the phenomena of desertification. This mega project also serves to strengthen the resilience of the ecosystem concerned and constitute an effective means of combating desertification. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. And if I could just remind you to turn off the mic for translation purposes. And for those that need translation, we do have their headphones. You can use that for French, I believe, and Arabic, if I'm not mistaken, but there is translation. Thank you so much for talking about the efforts, that national efforts on enhancing adaptation, but also you shared some of the challenges in accessing finance. And we do have the financiers here in the room. We'll direct those questions to them, and I think I just want to have a very holistic discussion around this. And And because we want to have a holistic discussion, we really, as Africans, shouldn't be talking just to ourselves. We need to talk to our partners, our development partners, our partners in the climate discussions, as well as our partners in supporting and working together, enhancing adaptation. So on that note, I would like to introduce Honorable Minister Eamon Ryan, Minister for Environment, Climate and Communications in Ireland, to share his perspectives on international cooperation and partnership and how that can be enhanced to support African countries, because you've heard some of the challenges that the African countries have expressed, and I would like you to just respond a little bit on how that can be supported, how that can be enhanced through partnerships and cooperation. Over to you, Honourable Minister. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm very honoured to be here to share the thoughts. Can I just start by saying I was at the event in Paris where I heard Mia Mottley, the Prime Minister of Barbados, Emmanuel Macron, saying the same thing I heard President Ruto saying this morning. Development and climate action are combined now, totally combined. And I think there are 5 characteristics to get that right. That it is, as you say, there's connections. That what we do in climate adaptation has to meet our other objectives, be it gender equality or not worsening or addressing other humanitarian needs. It's the first thing. Secondly, I think it very much has to be practical. An example from some of the projects we're working with African countries in Malawi, we're doing, I think, exactly what President Ruto was saying this morning. It's regenerative agriculture. It's down to the field. It's down to the soil. It's down to protecting the future in soil and farming, clever farm management. Or in Tanzania, where it's coastal protection, we need the regeneration, similarly, of our oceans, the Western Indian Ocean. So I think practical is the second. First is connected, second is practical. The third, I think, is about capability. One of the things I'm proud that we're working on helping with is that we have a long-standing financial support to the LDC negotiating bloc so that African LDCs can access the legal, administrative, logistical capacity within the UN FCCC process. As you say, you need that sort of funding and that practical, legal, administrative support. It's not glamorous, it doesn't get the front page, but if you don't have that capability, then nothing else can happen. The fourth principle, I would say, is that it has to be local. I'm very glad we've just agreed with USAID principles for locally led adaptation, where it has to be local, community-based, not just governments. And in that regard, we support an LDC initiative for effective adaptation and resilience, LIFE-AR. And we work particularly with 5 African countries in that regard, front-runner countries, about being good at local, in Malawi, in Ethiopia, Uganda, the Gambia, and Burkina Faso. Lastly, I'd say what my Egyptian colleague is true. It has to be large. We have got a problem of a scale that requires a commensurate response. From an Irish perspective, we send something like 93% of our climate finance on adaptation because we think it's the missing link. And we think particularly we should target the most vulnerable countries. We need to target where the problem is at its worst. And also it needs to be large. We are committing to doubling our adaptation financing as was agreed in Glasgow. Let's get there first, and then it's easier to go for the trebling. But let's get, first of all, to doubling by 2025, and we commit to doing that.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. I actually wanted to hear the part about the tripling because we heard it from the Honourable Minister. And I think it's good that we're saying let's get to the doubling first. Trust is built, let's get to the tripling after that. So that's great. There's ambition to actually even increase and close the adaptation gap. And thank you for mentioning those principles. I'll actually use those principles for some of my next panelists that are sitting on this panel, on the distinguished panel. But before I do that, let me introduce Honorable Pasi Helman, Deputy Minister of Cooperation for Finland. Again, a similar question around partnerships and cooperation and how to support adaptation efforts. That is to you, Honourable Minister. Thank you.
And it's truly a great pleasure to be able to participate in this first ever African Climate Summit. It's an impressive gathering. I think we are all aware of the urgency of climate action, and the fact that we shouldn't lose sight of the Paris Agreement goal of limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees. However, even if we were to cut all emissions today, there's still a need for immediate adaptation and building of resilience. And we like to argue that adaptation also makes economic sense. Investing in it brings multiple savings compared to avoided losses. In our own development cooperation, we have allocated approximately half of our climate finance to adaptation activities. This climate finance reached its record level in 2021, around 175 million euros. And we're also actively championing the issue. We are a member in the so-called Champions Group on Adaptation Finance, which strives to increase the quantity, quality, and access also of adaptation finance. I'm going to focus on one issue where we work particularly actively. It's early warning systems, which are in a way a low-hanging fruit in adaptation and a cost-effective way to avoid loss and damage from climate change impacts. To build resilience to weather and climate-related disasters is important. And we have, as Finland, financed the improvement of weather and climate services of over 50 national meteorological and hydrological services around the world during this past decade. Through our ongoing bilateral cooperation, for example, in Kenya, Tanzania, Rwanda, and Ethiopia, more than 300 million people will benefit from improved weather and early warning services. In Western Africa, we contribute through the Climate Risks and Early Warning Systems initiative, and also weather and climate data is something that is needed to make these services serve their purpose. And through the Systemic Observations Financing Facility, SOF, we are contributing to filling the weather and climate data gaps, especially in least developed countries and small island developmental states. So in summary, our approach is maybe that we believe that collaboration and coherent efforts is the key to taking international adaptation to the next level. We need to approach it through learning together and building our joint capacity to deliver adaptation efficiently and effectively. And in all this, while national institutions and processes, planning and budgeting, for example, are key, at the same time we need to ensure voices on the ground, and like the Irish minister was also emphasizing the importance of the local level, make sure that they are being heard, and also that the persons who are the most vulnerable will be involved in the planning and designing of adaptation activities. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Honorable Minister, and particularly talking about how adaptation needs to make sense. What is the value of adaptation? And you really linked it with development, and we can't go business as usual. Our development needs to be climate resilient, so adaptation needs to be at the center of it's actually at the center of our survival as African countries, because we are the most impacted. Therefore, adaptation, development, business as usual will not work, and thank you for raising that issue and some of the efforts that the Finnish government is supporting through LDCs, through African countries. Now, to my last panelist, who is Mr. Mikko Ollikainen, head of the Adaptation Fund. I just want to ask you, you are the fund. So when we talk about money, when we talk about how to finance adaptation, particularly the Adaptation Fund has been key, because they have been pushing the people-centric agenda. They've been very innovative. They have been able to fund adaptation, small scale, and actually some of the issues that were raised earlier around scale, large-scale adaptation, programmatic adaptation, local adaptation, as well as how to build capacity. So I would like you to share some of the experiences of the Adaptation Fund, but also looking at forward-looking, how can this further be enhanced to address the adaptation gap in the continent? Over to you, Miko. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Kaltum, and it's really a great pleasure to be on this distinguished panel here in Nairobi, and it being part of the Africa Climate Summit. Africa is arguably the region of the world that's hit hardest by climate change, and that shows in our portfolio as well. More than 40% of our project portfolio is here in Africa in 45 African countries with 53 projects and supporting adaptation in many areas. We are the first climate fund that has supported climate action through direct access, meaning that national organizations such as NEMA from here in Kenya can access funding directly and more efficiently than going through multilateral channels. 12 African countries have so far made use of this opportunity from the Adaptation Fund. We also see that there's capacity in Africa to build bankable projects that we and others are able to support. We are a country-driven fund. We don't have prescribed sectors, and we respond to the needs by countries. Responding to those needs, the largest sector is food security and agriculture. Those together constitute more than a third of our projects in Africa, followed by water resources management, rural development, and disaster risk reduction. Early warning systems and nature-based solutions are prominent measures included in most of the projects, regardless of the sector here in Africa. Like previous speakers have mentioned, the adaptation gap is increasing, and the doubling would be very welcome also from our perspective, and we would be available to put that funding into use. We see that as we are a fund that's funded by voluntary contributions, the amount of funding is lagging behind, although we are very thankful for all the contributions by parties that have been made so far. Luckily, the parties have thought innovatively and put in place a system of deriving 5% of the Article 6.4 mechanism under the convention, under the Paris Agreement, to support the Adaptation Fund. It's not yet operational, but we have high hopes that in the coming years it will complement the adaptation finance needs in the world and Africa as well. Regarding scaling up, we absolutely need to do that. Significant part of that scaling up needs to come from the private sector. However, we also need to recognize that because of the nature of climate change adaptation, it's significantly more difficult to commercialize adaptation than it has been for climate change mitigation, and that's one of our main challenges in attracting private sector funding. However, we need to continue finding those ways of doing it. We are one of the very few funding mechanisms that is entirely grant-based, and this is really important for the most vulnerable communities in which it's often more difficult to attract private sector and even loan-based funding, and I think that should not be forgotten in our envisioning of the future adaptation finance landscape. We are ready to build on our 15 years of experience of supporting concrete adaptation projects, including here in Africa, and to scale up together with countries and with other funders. I would also like to, I'm happy that you, Kaltum, mentioned innovation. That continues to be a very important part, partly because we need to find new and more cost-effective ways of adapting, because the available funding is simply not enough, but also because the new climate realities are such that we need to face challenges that no one has necessarily ever faced before. So innovation is a very important part of our work that we are continuing to scale up as well. We have emerging portfolio in Africa on innovation adaptation projects as well, and we are available to support countries in that area as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Miko, for touching on those very pertinent issues. I actually particularly like the point that you raised around private sector and the involvement of private sector in adaptation, because the previous speaker, Honorable Minister, actually talked about it and talked about how we need to make adaptation more economic, and it has to make economic sense. But the question is, how do we make adaptation more economic? Because adaptation is a global good. Provision of water services and sanitation and agriculture and smallholder farmers, how do we actually make that attractive enough for the private sector? Are we fooling ourselves? Is this something that's feasible? Because as we say, adaptation is a global good as opposed to mitigation, where actually you can make economic sense out of it. So thank you for bringing that issue around the private sector and the involvement of the private sector and how challenging that has been in the discussion on adaptation. We've come to the end of this panel, but just in terms of what we heard today, I'm not going to try and summarize. As the Africa Adaptation Initiative, this is a head of state initiative that's endorsed by 54 African countries. At a head of state level, we are going to summarize these discussions, and we'll have that in our one at the summit website, but also this is something that our political champion, who is at the head of state level, the chair of CAOSC, will lead on some of the key messages, particularly the key messages that you've talked about, honorable ministers, around transboundary issues, around how to make adaptation more fundable, around making fundable bankable projects, the nexus, multi-stakeholderness of adaptation, and so on and so forth. And I'll not attempt to summarize that, but I just want to take this moment and thank the distinguished panelists for sharing some of their perspectives. Thank you very much.
Second panel on the question of adaptation. May I request? Thank you. Yeah, so while I am CEO of Telecom Kenya, and I hope that you all have Telecom SIM cards, that you received some. I also wear a separate hat where I'm chairman of Lake Turkana Wind Power, which is our largest wind power generator. And for the longest time, it was the largest on the continent. And many of the themes that have been captured in the first panel speak to plants such as Lake Turkana, which would not have happened had there been proper cooperation between the private sector, public sector, as well as development partners in terms of de-risking such a large-scale, complex project which is in a frontier part of a frontier nation. And so as I call my panelists, I will start with Honorable Jean-Luc Assis, Minister of Environment and Sustainable Development, Côte d'Ivoire. And forgive me if I mispronounce slightly some of the names. This is a highly multinational conference we're in. So do we have, and again, there are many sessions going on all over the place, so some of these panelists may be engaged elsewhere. So Honorable Jean-Luc Assis, Minister of Environment and Sustainable Development, Côte d'Ivoire. I'll also call Honorable Flavien Joubert, Minister of Agriculture, Climate Change and Environment of the Seychelles. Oh, welcome. Thank you very much for being on point. Honorable Dr. Mohamed Sidati, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic. Please welcome to the podium. Honorable Leila Shikawi, Minister of Environment, Tunisia. Wait. Honorable Francesco Corvaro, Special Envoy for Climate Change, Italy. Honorable Michael Ussi, Minister of Natural Resources and Climate Change from Malawi. Thank you, panelists. I think we have just one shot of a full house. So thank you very much. We'll try to be as succinct and precise as possible. Again, the import of this set of panels and the plenary sessions, having listened to our host, President Ruto, is to find a way to get concrete, practical action items. And that is why we have, not myself sitting there where you're sitting, to my co-panelists, but the actual policymakers and our leaders, our continental leaders. So I will exhort you in your responses and in your comments to try and conclude them with an actual call to action that our policymakers, who is many of you, especially those people who are from the African continent, can take up. What is a message we are taking to COP28 in Dubai later this year, out of all the deliberations that we're going to be undertaking over here? So I've had this morning a lot of institutional investors in plenary clamoring for bankability of projects. And that's been an age-old question, but I was happy to listening to the Egyptian minister early on, Honorable Yasmin, who talked about the importance of the public sector, development partners, and governments helping de-risk projects which may not be easy to help achieve commercial bankability. I gave the example of Lake Turkana. Would not have happened with that, without that kind of cooperation and collaboration. So let me start with Honorable Joubert. I hope I pronounce your name correctly. yours is an island nation, and when it comes to vulnerability, one cannot gainsay the vulnerability that island nations have across the world, but on this continent it's even it's enhanced. What is your what would you say is your perspective in terms of, are we, in your view as a small island developing state, how do you think Africa is doing towards the amplification of knowledge, capacity, and financial resources needed for adaptation. Honorable Joubert.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moderator, and good afternoon, everyone. First, I'll take the opportunity to thank the Kenyan government and AU for organizing this meeting, and also thank the Kenyan President, Excellency Ruto, for his very inspirational speech this morning. What are we doing for us to amplify adaptation on the continent, and what are our thoughts from the point of view of Seychelles? Well, the country itself, I think you rightly mentioned, Mr. Moderator, is vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. Almost 90% of the Seychelles population and also most of our infrastructure and economic activities are in low-lying coastal zones. And thus, sea level rise and storms pose a huge developmental threat to the country. Right now, we are recording about 3 millimeters per year of sea level rise. And we are suffering quite a lot of coastal erosion and other impacts such as saltwater intrusion. So for us, the need to adapt is real. The need to adapt is existential. And we have to spend to protect the assets that we have and protect the local population. Even without access to international finance, we have to incorporate that into our national plans. And I think many people in this room, you know that Seychelles, we have developed to the point where we are now stuck in this middle zone where we are too rich to receive funding, but we are too poor to support what we need to do as a country, the full range of activities to adapt. So it gets more and more difficult, especially for small economies like ours, when you get to a point where you have spent money and you have developed your country and raise the quality of life of your population. But in terms of African continent, I would say that the interactions I've had with partners, there is a lot of ambition that's going on, but I think we need to do more. And I would like to message this from the point of view of island states like ours. We are trying very hard to do as much as we can to adapt our different components of our country, the ecosystem and the economic activities, by spending money on those areas without regard to the cost that it would have on us, because we know that there is future value in those adaptation measures. And I think we would encourage other countries to likewise push for a greater level of investment, but also measure the benefits that it would bring, to highlight the fact that it is not money that is lost, it is not resources that is thrown out without any potential return, but rather it is investment into the future of the country. So for us, I respect the ambitions that's been shown by other African countries, and I think most of the countries and partners we've talked to, their ambitions are realistic, and they mean well for their populations, but I think we have to understand that it's important that we put in place the right level of investment, and we measure that investment and make sure that we work according to certain plans to achieve that adaptation targets over a set period of time. Apart from that, from our side, Seychelles, we've championed a lot of projects, for example, ecosystem-based adaptation. And I think one of the things that we should do, and I heard partners before us talking about regenerative schemes to benefit ecosystems. Seychelles, we've also been doing that when it comes to ecosystem-based adaptation measures on land, but also within our plans for managing the marine environment. We are also integrating various ways and means, for example, in fisheries, to ensure that the ecosystem itself is regenerative, and it's not a one-way street where we utilize or exploit without any future potential in that system. So for us, it's important that those regenerative schemes and those approaches that focus on sustainability and long-term sustainability of our ecosystem remain the keystone of what we are doing when it comes to adaptation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for keeping it succinct. I should have indicated that, of course, let's be as succinct as possible, and thank you for doing that. Let's try and keep it to 3 minutes. Clearly, the island states have a pretty special place in this discussion, on, especially on adaptation, which does require a lot of amplification. I will now ask Honorable Michael Usi, Minister of Natural Resources and Climate Change in Malawi, to speak to the question of, what kind of knowledge, information is needed in your experience, and how can this be supported in terms of enhancing action on climate change, which requires better understanding. I mean, there is, one of the pillars of amplification, number one is knowledge, even before you go to infrastructure and financing, and knowledge across the board. The average person in Malawi and in Kenya and in the Seychelles need to understand the scale of the problem if policy action will be supported. So what kind of knowledge information enhancement is required in your experience?
First of all, let me thank the government of Kenya for hosting us. Now, coming to the question about knowledge. First of all, let me point out that it is very, very important that we should deal with the many assumptions that we grapple with when we are getting to such programs. I'll not give you an abstract case, I'll give you a practical case, say Malawi. Today, the definition of climate change has not changed. It is still the same. What has changed is the meaning of climate change. In the past, the definition of climate change in Malawi was episodes of disasters that were passing by, not staying. Today, there are big catastrophes. They are not passing by. They are more frequent, and they come to stay. That is the first point. Therefore, the knowledge that we should be capturing is what is the meaning of climate change in Malawi, in Kenya, and that should be given from the perspective of emic interpretation. The people themselves, they should define what their challenges are. Other than finding ourselves entangled in a cobweb of frameworks from experts, that becomes a challenge. When we read frameworks, they'll tell you about low-hanging fruits. Let's go for low-hanging fruits. What are these fancy low-hanging fruits? Arguably, it's not all low-hanging fruits that will benefit. Sometimes it is those that are high up. We shouldn't just look at the fruits, we should look at the benefits. Sometimes toiling to get those that are higher up will benefit more than those that are hanging low. So what I'm trying to argue is, let's not just cut and paste frameworks and populate them with projects. Right now, Malawi needs about $680.4 million to recover. And yet, what we are discussing is mitigation, resilience, adaptation. We are not talking about recovery. Malawi needs 680.4 to recover. And because there are these assumptions, we are not talking about recovery, we are talking about these other needs. So for me, I think it is very, very important that we should really spend time to understand what the people need, what the circumstances are. Finally, we have civil society organizations, we have governments working for the betterment of their people. Are they competing or complementing each other? Because we know the setup is different. In government, we have these bureaucracies. That can be a challenge. How are we addressing that? It's also civil society organizations. We have the governance, where you have the strategy level, or strategic level, management level, implementation level. How relevant are they? Do we have tools to measure impact? Or just these phenomenological constructions that we write and say it is okay? Let me submit. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think the clarity of your thought came through. I think distilling a complex web of frameworks to the ground, not just low-hanging fruits, but what really matters in the long run should be the focus. Low-hanging fruits could be low and easy to reach, but are we ignoring what they call, I think that the matrix that talks about the not urgent, but extremely important, you know, and I think you've raised that issue very well. And our government bureaucracies, and again, the fact that this is led by policymakers is one, you know, by African policymakers is important. Are these bureaucracies helping or harming? You know, and if they're not helping, how do we adjust them to help? Let me request Honorable Dr. Mohamed Sidati, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic, to now come in. I think in November 2021, your country launched the indicative nationally determined contribution, which coincided with COP26. As we look towards COP28, are there any lessons learned from your initiatives in the Sahrawi that can be gleaned and taken to COP28, adopted by the African continent to help this vexing issue of adaptation? Honorable Sidati.
Merci. Puis-je parler en français, en fait? On peut,
Oui, bien sûr. Bien sûr, parlez en français.
Merci, monsieur le modérateur. De toute façon, mes premiers propos sont de gratitude et de remerciement au Kenya et à l'Union africaine, copartenaires pour l'organisation de cette conférence. Et je dirais, au regard de la participation tan importante des 4 coins du monde, donc je dirais déjà c'est un gage de succès et j'espère qu'il en sera ainsi. On a parlé beaucoup aujourd'hui d'adaptation. Adaptation, quelque part, c'est un petit peu, ce sont les défenses dont disposent les peuples, les pays, pour faire face au changement climatique. Et il se trouve que l'environnement est en voie de changement, comme chacun le sait, comme chacun le vit, comme chacun le subit. Et là, qu'est-ce qui peut être comme réponse en tant que système environnemental, au plan social, au plan économique, parce que je crois que la réponse doit inclure tous ces éléments pour pouvoir permettre une mobilisation tout azimut pour faire face et s'adapter. Et surtout, il y a des conséquences effectives pour ce qui est en relation avec ces changements. Et il faut prendre des décisions, et surtout les plus pratiques. Alors, pour ce qui est des stratégies d'adaptation, on peut citer quelques-unes. La première, ne pas subir, et c'est très essentiel, ne pas subir la situation du changement climatique comme une fatalité. Beaucoup parmi vous me diront, mais ce n'est pas le cas, nous sommes là justement parce que, mais je sais qu'il faut commencer par rejeter l'idée de fatalité de ce changement climatique. Le deuxième élément serait d'accroître, de renforcer, de développer des projets agricoles et surtout pour ce qui est de l'aspect forestier. Le troisième élément serait de diversifier les récoltes agricoles justement et de façon à les adapter au changement climatique. Et une autre proposition surtout, développer des solutions pratiques, innovatives, qui permettent justement de faire face au changement climatique. La République sahraoui, mon pays, à l'instar des pays africains, voire des pays du monde, subit de plein fouet le changement climatique. Et surtout, je dois vous dire, ces dernières années, cet accroissement de la température, cette sécheresse qui ne s'arrête pas, et surtout la désertification rampante. Et quand je dis la désertification rampante, ça suppose la rareté de l'eau, à quoi s'ajoute d'ailleurs l'utilisation irrationnelle, parfois par l'homme, par le citoyen, et tout ça se répercute bien sûr et directement sur l'agriculture, sur les animaux, sur l'espèce humaine en fin de compte. En dépit de cette situation de guerre imposée et en dépit des peu de ressources dont nous disposons, il me semble qu'un des moyens pour affronter cette situation demeure encore une fois une mobilisation, une implication citoyenne de tous les instants. Parce qu'il me paraît que c'est là où réside en fait le problème, puisque le même homme, la même personne est le responsable de ce désastre climatique que nous sommes en train de vivre aujourd'hui. Nous convenons tous qu'il s'agit d'un phénomène grave qui menace l'espèce humaine, puisqu'il y va de l'avenir de l'homme, mais aussi de l'avenir et du futur de la terre que nos amis indigènes en Amérique latine appellent la Cachabamba. Donc, je souhaite vivement que ce sommet puisse apporter encore davantage une contribution pour relever ce défi qui est le changement climatique. Je vous remercie.
Merci, Excellence. Very passionately made, but very important points. The future of the earth is at stake, so we need to behave like it is without being fatalistic. You know, and I think the point about fatalism is you tend to say it's going to happen anyway, what can we do? And that's not true. It is. The stakes are really high, but fatalism should not be the response. And I think that dovetails very well with what Honorable Usi talked about in terms of making sure that the extremely important but does not seem urgent is top of mind. I will now request, and I can see many of you are bilingual, multilingual, but that's an African thing. But those of you who may not have sets, they're available at the back, those who need translation. Honorable Madam Leila Chikawi, I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly, Minister of Environment for Tunisia. You have a very unique perspective, not just being Minister in charge of Environment in Tunisia, but being a legal scholar and also a teacher of the law. And you know, scholars are important in this debate, and I think as a policymaker you do engage scholars as well as scientists. And the question is whether you feel in your own engagements that the debate, or rather the discussion, I think I should stop using the word debate. You know, debate tends to make it look as if we have an option, and we really don't. Do we have the voice of scholars contributing to this discussion adequately from your perspective, especially because, especially in respect to the issue of amplification? I think a lot of speakers, panelists before here as well as in plenary, have highlighted, and it is why amplification of adaptation, the need for it, is so important. And it's got to start from, you know, kindergarten, of course, but very importantly in our academic halls where all of us came before we became experts in the various fields we are. Could you speak to that, as well as what you're doing in Tunisia with regard to adaptation? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will speak in French too. Merci au gouvernement kényan et à l'Union africaine pour l'organisation de ce sommet dont on espère beaucoup, dont on attend beaucoup et dont les résultats certainement seront transmis à la COP28 que nous préparons tous et toutes. La Tunisie fait partie des pays les plus vulnérables au changement climatique, non seulement parce qu'elle est située en Afrique, mais aussi parce qu'elle est située dans le bassin méditerranéen. En juillet 2023, nous avons été classés, à notre grande douleur, parmi les 3 pays ayant connu les plus hautes hausses de température cette année en 2023 depuis plus d'1 siècle. Par conséquent, l'adaptation en Tunisie est pour nous vitale. En ce qui concerne les mesures prises depuis des années, la Tunisie, elle lutte depuis la désertification, depuis son indépendance et même avant. La Tunisie étant un pays côtier, elle connaît tous les problèmes de littoral, d'élévation du niveau de la mer, de perte de biodiversité marine. Pourtant, nous avons encore la chance d'avoir quelques herbiers de Posidonie qui constituent des capteurs de carbone et qui permettent de protéger encore un petit peu notre littoral. Évidemment, sur le plan global, nous participons en tant que pays riverains de la Méditerranée et pays arabes et pays africains à toutes les initiatives dans ce domaine, des initiatives importantes. D'ailleurs, nous allons organiser très bientôt, les 2 et 3 octobre, un événement dans le cadre de l'adaptation au changement climatique, puisqu'il s'agit de la science et de la technologie dont vous avez parlé, monsieur le modérateur, au service de la réduction des risques de catastrophes, auquel événement vous êtes évidemment tous et toutes invités en tant qu'Africains et Arabes qui est avec nous aujourd'hui. Cette adaptation est souhaitée évidemment, mais elle était aussi facile dans certains cas puisqu'elle doit faire appel à des savoir-faire traditionnels, mais peut-être que ces savoir-faire gagneraient à être revisités. En Tunisie, nous avions une tradition qui est celle des recueils, des collecteurs de pluie, des collecteurs d'eau de pluie qui existaient pratiquement dans toutes les maisons et qui ont progressivement disparu, mais qui existent encore dans certaines régions. Là, il s'agit d'une option à réviser et à actualiser. Parce que s'il y a dans les villes des immeubles qui collectent les eaux de pluie et qui les réutilisent dans les eaux sanitaires ou autres, ce serait un grand gain pour l'ensemble du pays. Et là, bien sûr, nous arrivons au point qui fâche, l'aspect financier qui est notre grand point faible aussi en Tunisie. Car malgré les programmes en cours, déjà financés, malgré le soutien que certains bailleurs de fonds nous apportent, eh bien la mobilisation reste insuffisante. Et il est nécessaire aussi, dans un autre contexte, de renforcer les capacités des acteurs, qu'il s'agisse des acteurs institutionnels que des acteurs de la société civile, et surtout d'impliquer les partenaires du secteur privé dans cette action en faveur de l'adaptation qui doit se faire à tous les niveaux, dans les 3 secteurs, public, privé et économique, pour pouvoir réussir. Car sans l'adhésion de tous les acteurs, il est impossible de continuer à faire de grandes rencontres, à rédiger des stratégies à l'échelle nationale, et nous en avons un certain nombre en Tunisie, qu'il s'agisse de l'atténuation ou de l'adaptation et de la résilience. Cependant, il est vital que le secteur privé, le secteur bancaire, soit à nos côtés pour pouvoir avancer dans ce sens. Enfin, last but not least, nous souhaitons évidemment que ce sommet soit encore une fois une occasion de partager des expériences, des bonnes pratiques et de réussir ensemble ce défi. Merci.
Merci, Excellence, pour votre contribution. Again, very clear themes, which I think will dovetail into my next and final panelist. She talked about the special situation in Tunisia and the Mediterranean basin, and the efforts they've been making for years about desertification and protecting marine diversity, biodiversity. They have an event they would like us all to participate in, but she did say that donor development partner support is critical, as well as private sector participation. And as I welcome Honorable Francesco Corvaro, Special Envoy for Climate Change in Italy. We know your situation, rising temperatures, melting glaciers, extreme flooding. They become synonymous with your part of the world. And clearly you've been dealing with these issues on the continent, on the European continent. You know, first and foremost, if you can do it as succinctly as possible, you do have lessons learned from that experience, because that's what's coming to many parts of the world. But I wonder whether also, as part two of my question to you, whether that experience and the severity of it, the scale of it, has given new thinking, or let me not say new thinking, enhanced thinking towards this whole global north-south debate, and landed that the penny has dropped, that we are all in one globe, one earth, as Minister Sahrawi indicated, and all of us must join forces for all our sakes. And therefore, as you know, we ask for more development partner support, more donor support, tripling of the fund. Is the experience that you're having enhancing that view on the continent, that we do have to join hands? And one part of the world, you know, suffering from extreme weather conditions impacts the entire world. Over to you.
Good morning. I thought a lot about how to start my first speech. And I think that the best thing is dear friends. Because we are friends, we are here with the same goal and the same need to shape a more sustainable world. And I am very honored for the opportunity to give my contribution to this very stimulating discussion. I am Francesco Corvaro, and I have recently assumed the role of Special Envoy for Climate Change for Italy. And as you said, climate change adaptation is a top priority of my country, both at the national level and in the context of our international environmental and development cooperation. It will also be a significant focus of Italy's development agenda during its G7 presidency in 2024. Italy is fully committed to supporting our partners here across the African region in implementing resilience and adaptation measures. We welcome the chance in this section to discuss needs and opportunities for accelerating action across your continent, because the African continent deserves the maximum attention. As well as the Republic of Italy applauds the Republic of Kenya and the African Union for organizing this event of the utmost importance. One of our primary areas of focus for enhanced action is agri-food systems. Yes, agriculture is the most significant economic activity here in Africa, contributing significantly to the continent's GDP and providing livelihood for its populations. However, it is also highly vulnerable to the impact of climate change. Rising temperatures are already affecting crops quality and harvest stability, and climate-related extremes have negatively impacted food security and livelihoods. We believe that the connection between climate change and food security is crucial, which is why we emphasized it during the United Nations Food Systems Summit, July 24-26. Our commitment continues into the high-level week of the Junga, where Italy will co-host a ministerial side event on catalyzing global action for sustainable and resilient agri-food system transformation to accelerate SDGs with the UAE and Japan. It's essential to remember that agri-food systems are a major source of greenhouse gas emissions, accounting for up to 42% of global emissions. Transforming these systems is vital to meeting the goals of the Paris Agreement. Italy has been actively contributing to food system transformation here in Africa since 2015 through international cooperation, supporting projects focused on climate change adaptation, clean energy, and natural resource conservation, with over 200 million euros allocated to more than 50 high-impact projects across your continent. We have collaborated with international organizations and development banks to amplify investment in sustainable agriculture here. Additionally, the Italian Climate Fund, which consists in 814 million euros for next each year, will be an important instrument for channeling both private and capital public into this sector. We also believe in strengthening preventing action, particularly in a world where extreme events are becoming more frequent and severe. Italy supports the development of early warning systems to prevent or reduce impacts and has helped establish the African Multi-Hazard Early Warning and Early Action System Situation Room at the African Union Commission and one here in Nairobi too. In conclusion, COP28 will be a pivotal moment for combating climate change, with adaptation taking center stage. Governments, especially large economies, must demonstrate their capability to meet collectively agreed targets through concrete recommendations for enhanced mitigation, adaptation, and support action. We aim to consolidate efforts from previous COPs and track progress to ensure even greater ambition in all relevant sectors. We are ready and eager to work with partners across the continent to build climate resilience, implement adaptation action, and fulfill the transformative promise of the Sustainable Development Agenda to not leave no one behind. Thanks for your attention and moreover, for your hospitality in your wonderful land that everyone has the duty to help you to preserve and protect with the fundamental support of your younger generations.
Thank you very much, dear friend.
Yes.
So thank you. That was, I heard some pretty declaratory statements, you know. One that this will be a central focus in the Italian presidency of the G7. That's a big one, and I think that is one that I'm looking forward to. I also heard that at the United Nations General Assembly you'll have a side event on this issue. In fact, I wonder when UNGA will have this issue as the main topic of discussion, every UNGA. And I think we're getting to a point where you cannot have United Nations General Assembly every year meeting and not making this issue of climate impact and adaptation center stage. We must move on from the side events, but maybe your side event in this September will help do that. I also had the climate fund. So I hope that will be part of the discussions we're talking about, tripling it, those funds, as well as COP28, and the fact that, again, adaptation will be center stage. And I agree with you that we must have concrete statements of support and action and demonstration of what's going to happen, especially from the larger actors who are able to do more, cognizant of the fact that we are all in this together. It's the old adage of the sinking boat. One little hole in a little corner of a big ship. The Titanic sunk, and whether you're on the 7th deck or in the bowels of the Titanic, everyone, they all had the same outcome. So I think it's important. I want to thank the panelists. We've come to the end of this particular session. You've made very important contributions. We've heard about the vulnerability of some of the island states, those who are on the Mediterranean, the importance of distilling complex frameworks. To be quite honest, I don't come from this particular world. I'm an engineer from the private sector. I run a telco, but I do try and support. But sometimes when I come across publications on climate change coming from all the scholars and people sitting in this room, it takes a while, and it can be daunting, and people can be afraid to participate. So I think what you said, Mr. Minister Usi, is important, and of course, the not urgent, seemingly, but extremely important is actually very urgent, and the stakes are very high. But let us not be fatalistic. And then, of course, the trifecta of partnerships, Honorable Minister Lola, between the private sector, public sector, and of course, direct climate change actors, and of course, our friends, dear friends, who are going to make some concrete declarations in UNGA and in COP28, and not just the Italian presidency, but all subsequent presidencies of the G7. This is central. I will ask my very able colleague, Kulthum, to come up and close out this session with a little summary conclusion, and then she will ask the panelists to step. So remain seated for the time being. Thank you very much.
Thank you, our moderator. Actually, when you were saying that you're an engineer, I was quite surprised, because you already caught on the adaptation lingo. I think we should bring you to the negotiations next time we go. So thank you very much. A round of applause for our moderator. Excellent that we're having you now. To the panelists, thank you very much. The panelists before you spoke about similar issues, but you raised new issues that we think, as the Africa Adaptation Initiatives, that we need to take on board. Honorable Ministers, this was really important, but I have a couple of issues that I think were key and coming out, and I won't try to summarize again, as I said, but I think what we're hearing from the honorable panelists is that, one, climate change is real, it is happening, and it's no longer an option to adapt. It's something that we have to do if it's for survival. Climate change is happening, and adaptation becomes an integral part of development. And as we can see from all the initiatives that all the countries in Africa that have spoken have shown that indeed, as African leaders, we have committed to dealing with climate change through our adaptation as a key response, because it's an integral part of our development, and we will not continue development as usual. But also, we are investing in adaptation. We may not call it adaptation. We may call it something else: agricultural support program, ecosystem-based adaptation, biodiversity, social protection programs, and so on. But African governments have shown the commitment to enhance adaptation in our countries. An important issue around finance has been raised, and importantly around the 100 billion, the doubling of adaptation finance, but the tripling, which is something we are hearing now, and I'm hoping that will get to the negotiations. For those of you who are negotiators, I think it will be quite interesting. The bankability of adaptation projects was raised as well, but this also goes to show the challenges that African countries face with regards to producing bankable projects, climate information, data, capacity to develop bankable projects, and so on and so forth. So the importance of partnerships in this case to produce bankable projects is key. The multi-stakeholder role, it was raised. Governments can't do this alone. And as you said, and also we also heard it today from His Excellency President Ruto, that we are in this together. So this multi-stakeholder, bringing everybody in, is no longer just a government process. I liked one of the points that was raised around the regional nature of the impacts, and I think we heard that from Somalia, if I'm not mistaken. So the need for regional initiatives to come and at an ecosystem level, as well as at a geographical level, to address some of the impacts, such as the Africa Adaptation Initiative, which is actually a regional initiative. And finally, Honorable Excellencies and on the panel, the issue around partnerships and ambition. I think that also came out very clearly, and thank you for raising the issue around how this is actually a pivotal moment, a political moment that we should build on at UNGA, at G7, as well as COP28. And certainly ambition, we need to do more, we need to do better. And I think that's the message that we're hearing. So thank you once again, panelists, and we will share with you the outcomes. Thank you so much. We have a photo for all the panelists, please. Just here, we have a photo down here for all the panelists that were here, or representatives. We can also have, if our honorable ministers have left, we can have the representatives, please. Yes, please here. Thank you.
floods and landslides. Now, stability in living conditions is a prerequisite to build a prosperous economy and a safe and fair society. This session, after our lunch break, is on integrated livable African cities. I'm going to now introduce our moderator for this session. I hope we have a lively session, and we should be going through it for the next hour and a half. We will stick to time. Ambassador, may I now welcome the Secretary General of the United Cities and Local Governments of Africa, UCLG Africa, Ambassador Jean-Pierre Elongbasi, who will be your moderator for this session. Ambassador.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being here to participate in this session on integrated livable African cities, sustainable infrastructure, and urbanization. I've been presented as the Secretary General of the United Cities and Local Government of Africa, UCLG Africa. And this organization is an umbrella organization representing the 16,000 local governments that operate on the continent. And to let you know that it's only 1/3 of Africa that is under a local government. So we're making effort to cover our continent with local government. And we need effort from all of you to come to the full coverage of our continent with local government. I will be moderating this session. And a moderator is a timekeeper. My duty is to have the unpleasant responsibility to stop the speakers that go beyond the allocated time. But I'm sure that the speakers will be smart enough not to push me to this extreme. Before then, let's have some housekeeping information. We have translation in Arabic, English, French, Kiswahili. I cannot give you the channel of translation, so you will have to search in your device because I was not given this information. We have 75 minutes for this session. And the session is organized into 2 panels. The first panel on integrated urban solutions, and the second panel on financing and investing in urban development. But before we start the panel discussion, we will listen to opening remarks by 2 strong, I insist, strong ladies. It's my honor to call on the stage for a 4-minute statement each under your nourished applause, Madam Maimouna Mout Sharif, Executive Director, UN Habitat, and Madam Carla Montesi, Director for Green Deal, Director General for International Partnership, European Union. Same nourished applause, come. She's complaining already on the 4 minutes. This is what they gave me, so what am I doing? Please, Madam Mout Sharif, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Honorable guests, distinguished delegates, colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen, I'm trying to finish within 4 minutes. If it's a bit extra, my brother will allow me. Greeting, a very good afternoon to all of you. It's gives me a very great pleasure here to be able to address this plenary session on integrated livable African cities at the inaugural Africa Climate Summit hosted here in Nairobi. I extend my gratitude to the government of Kenya and the Africa Union Commission for hosting this important event in the lead up to COP28, offering a crucial platform for us to urgently address enhanced climate action and investment for the urbanizing Africa. The global climate crisis disproportionately affects Africa, as seen in the devastation caused by the recent Cyclone Freddy in Malawi and Mozambique. This catastrophe was with significant loss of life and property in urban areas, highlights the significant risks facing African nations and communities. In a rapidly urbanizing Africa, inadequate infrastructure and informal settlements mean increased vulnerability, where cities and communities are often ill-prepared to withstand extreme weather events. The expansion of cities into ecological sensitive regions increase the risk of flooding and water scarcity. Local government and communities in the region have long-standing legacies of resilience, social unity, and innovation in the face of adversity. Visionary local leaders across Africa are pioneering new strategies to strengthen climate adaptation and build environment and also build resilience. To amplify these opportunities, collaborative mechanisms within cities can yield effective responses, promoting local solutions and sharing capacity, technology, and knowledge. As an Executive Director of UN Habitat, I'm proud of our ongoing work on climate change and urban environment, working to create systemic change by designing integrated solutions. This mandate was strengthened during the second session of the UN Habitat Assembly, adopting resolution affirming UN Habitat's focal point role for sustainable urbanization and human settlement. The Assembly strengthened our mandate to support member states in building carbon neutral and resilient cities. I would like to highlight two resolutions. The first, championed by the Group of African States on the creation of a human settlement resilient framework, highlights early warning, foresight, risk reduction, crisis response, and post-crisis recovery and reconstruction. This means stepping up data and analytics, capacity building, coordination, and funding. The second, on enhancing the interlinkage between urbanization and climate change. This resolution underscores the importance of multi-level climate action, and as a former mayor in a developing country, I can tell you that national and local government working together is key to achieving the goal of the Paris Agreement. If you want to get things done on the ground, local governments are crucial in delivering the nationally determined commitments. The climate and urbanization resolution also called for at the continuation of the ministerial meeting at the climate change or COPs. I'm happy to announce that UN Habitat will support the COP28 presidency in hosting the second iteration of the meeting. Building on the success of the first ever ministerial meeting held at COP27, the upcoming ministerial meeting will focus on how to accelerate local climate finance by facilitating a dialogue between Minister of Housing, Urban Development, Environment, and Finance, as well as local and regional governments, multilateral banks, and non-state actors. The ministerial meeting on urbanization and climate change will be a curtain raiser of the thematic on the multi-level action. I see reason to be hopeful. I believe that we need to adopt the I am possible approach when we face the impossible odds. The word is the same, impossible, but make it the I am possible. Our focus today is on creating integrated, livable African cities amid the global crisis. And how do we go about this? To me, we have a global commitment to implement the new urban agenda and the UN Habitat Assembly 2 resolution. We begin by ensuring that our national urban policy is integrated with the country's fiscal policy. From there, we have to ensure that the national level physical plan is fully integrated with the state and cities' local plan. It is very important that physical and spatial plan are aligned with economics plan. We would like also working to equip African cities with tools and expertise to tackle the climate crisis. Building urban resilience in Southeastern Africa project, which bolsters readiness and adaptation in cities across 4 countries. This is a strategic blend of participatory planning, green and grey infrastructure, nature-based solution, community mobilization, and policy development, and we are demonstrating the power of integrated resilience. What I would like to say is that together with our esteemed partners, we are relentlessly advancing towards a more resilient and suitable urban future in Africa. And at the same time, I have to skip a few things. I know that my brother is looking at me. None of this catalytic action will help us without the ability to scale things up and spread out. For that, we need alignment within national and local government. We need ministers of finance to be with us at the National Urban Forum. We need to unleash the power of 4 Ps, public, private, people partnership. Only by galvanizing private sector investment, we can scale up climate resilient policies and translate them to build houses and create jobs. Let us implement the 4 Ps principle. So it is so vital to recognize the link between cities and climate change and gender dynamics. Women and girls disproportionately affected, spanning social, financial, and economic dimension. Including them in climate resilient decision is crucial, and I'm inspired by the women colleagues present here today and the women and girls and youth climate activists who champion change at the grassroots level. And at the same time, cities and local leaders cannot shoulder this transformation alone. Our aim is to better coordinate all levels of government for inclusive climate action that transforms cities and improve life. Local government are key and needing more capacity to implement national strategies and local level adaptation and low carbon development. So this brings with it high expectation for sharing and showcasing new approaches and voicing commitment to multi-level climate action in Africa. Let us join forces, strengthen partnership, and transform this agenda and also the coming COP28 into the watershed that secures urban Africa climate future. Thank you. Asante sana.
My sister, yes. Now you realize how much I love you. You took twice the time allocated to you, but you were so inspiring that I didn't dare cutting your speech. I noticed a few sentences that, frankly, let's have them as takeaways. Impossible to be made possible through implementing the new urban agenda, aligning physical and financial investment plans to reach integrated resilience. Wonderful. And then we said, unleash the power of the 4 Ps. And 4 Ps partnership. And share what you have learned so that it inspires all the people around. Madam Montesi, save my life by being restricted to 5 minutes. Thank you.
On this crucial issue. So in the sense of brevity, I will briefly mention 3 points. First, it's the importance of cities in fighting against climate change. As was just mentioned, we all know that the majority of climate gas emission originating from cities. And at the same time, we know that the negative impacts of the climate change will increasingly be felt in cities. This is the reality. However, we know also that the potential for providing cost-effective solutions to climate change, enhancing productivity, and producing basic services at a lower cost is also coming from the cities. So investment in the cities in green solutions often go hand in hand with greater economic opportunities, with growth, also economic growth for the cities. Let me take an example. We see strong interest for advancing sustainable mobility solutions in Africa, in African cities, for example, in the form of bus rapid transit system. We are seeing here in Nairobi and also in Dakar, new BRT system both relying on electric buses. This is crucial, so improving public transport provide both local and global environmental benefit while expanding economic opportunities in the cities. So what I want to highlight here that it's very important to have an integrated approach for the development of the city, not just looking in a sector context, but to have, when we look to a project, to see the project in the wider context of urban development. This implies, as was just mentioned, scope for better coordination and the linkage between all the key stakeholders, from public to private. And this is an agenda that is very, very urgent because we know very well that many African cities are experiencing rapid urban expansion, so somewhere we need to avoid that we have an unplanned and a chaotic development of the cities. So strong coordinating and integrated approach is key. The second element, we are here discussing climate finance and the financing. Let me mention the financing on urban infrastructure and the green transition, because we know that the urban agenda is investment intensive. The question on from where and how the financing will be mobilized is, of course, at the center of the discussion. We know that we have listened many numbers about the massive financing gaps that we have to ensure the urban infrastructure sector, but allow me to say that there are pervasive constraints to mobilize finance for urban infrastructure. So allow me to reiterate, to underline that financing coming just from the public sector will never be enough. We really need to create strong partnership between private sector and the public sector. We know that there are crucial issues that refrain of mobilizing financing from the urban development. One, of course, is the repayment capacity, because we know very well that many urban investments may be key for the economic development, for green transition, but we know that cities have limited direct revenue generation capacity. So it's important to work at the level of generation of capacity for financing at the level of the public finance at the local level. But we know also that the urban infrastructure projects are very often non-standards, take long time to materialize, involving different levels of governments. So the situation is very often complex for investors, financiers to get involved, and this creates an obstacle to create finance, to mobilize finance. So my message here is once again that in order to ensure that we reach and we succeed to have more funds to dedicate to urban development and to ensure the green transition at the urban level, we really need to find out effective way to overcome these two challenges. And once again, strong coordination between all the actors, mobilizing private and public intervention will be key. I will conclude just saying a word on the fact that for the European Union, as you know, we have a strong partnership with many African countries, and allow me to say that the development of urban development is also a key priority in our partnership. And just to say that when we talk about the problem of financing the urban development under the new Global Gateway Investment package, for the African investment package, we have foreseen new financing instruments that will allow, we hope, to mobilize easier the public and the private sector in support of the development of cities. Also it is creating, supporting private partnership investment, city bonds, or also the possibility to lending to the cities in local currency. That, for our analysis, this could be one of the challenges that we have in order to support the financing of urban development. So, of course, these new financial instruments are complemented by technical assistance and direct engagement to the city towards, for example, in the context of the Covenant of Mayor for Sub-Saharan Africa. Dear Secretary General, I stop here, but just to say that the European Union is able and ready to continue to debate and to create the best conditions for the development of cities. Many thanks.
Thank you.
Carla, you saved my life. And what I pick from what you said is honey in my ears. Cities are the place to invest in for fighting climate change. Good news. Second, cities have great opportunity through the green agenda to present opportunity for economic development. Third, you as EU are developing new financial instruments, including issue of city bonds in local currency, good news, so that we can push forward this green agenda and resilient cities agenda. Was it not inspiring? Was it not inspiring? You don't clap. We thank these two strong ladies for their input and guidance for the two panels that will take place now. And can I invite you to join the room under your applause? Thank you. So let me now call on the stage speakers of the first panel, which is on integrated urban solution. Under your applause, may I call on the panel Honorable Zakaria Njeru, Cabinet Secretary at Lands, Public Works, Housing and Urban Development of Kenya. I don't know the seating arrangement, so you... Honorable Judith Nabakuba, Minister of Land, Housing and Urban Development of Uganda. Honorable Nusa Bouchareb, former Minister, Urban Planning, Housing and Cities Policies, Morocco, and now Vice President of the Mediterranean Climate House Foundation. And Honorable Ndipo from Malawi, where is he? The President of the Association of Mayors of Malawi. And Honorable Said Mohammed Al-Taye. He didn't show up. He's not here. is the World Green Economy Organization. It's not here. Okay. So, Honorable Njeru, can you, in 5 minutes, tell us about the Kenyan government's flagship project on affordable housing, and specifically how this project is addressing access to basic services such as water, energy, waste, public transport, and others. And tell us, how is it financed? You have 5 minutes. We can have 6, since you are a minister.
Thank you very much, moderator. I'm sure you can also add me more time because I'm the host minister. Yes. So thank you very much. Besides providing housing, we are also concerned as a government on the quality of housing for our citizens and access to such services as tapped water, electricity within homes, ability to access Wi-Fi, waste management services. All these are quite important to us, and to this end we ensure that all projects are master planned and developed within development framework guidelines that ensure these services are available. We are committed also to sustainable solution as well, and therefore require as much as possible for services to be anchored in green building standards, such as the IFC Edge. And I want to report that one of our projects, ongoing project in Homa Bay, Kenya, got an award for being IFC Edge compliant. Also, we have innovative greening technologies, such as water harvesting solutions, gray water use and recycling, and the use of solar panels for heating and lighting of common areas. The next intervention we have in place focuses on ensuring that all enablers ministries, such as roads, energy, water and sanitation, environment, are all embodied before any development takes place. And this helps to have a synergy of all the ministries that are needed to make sure that the project gives us the required output. With the new housing levy being implemented, we expect that the housing fund will augment the budgets of enablers, because all these enablers before the housing fund was initiated, they were expecting their financing from the exchequer, but now with the new housing levy, we'll make sure we fund that. We are also cognizant of the various programs within the ministries and departments that are funded by the development partners. That is the World Bank and AfD. And I want to point out that the Kenya Urban Support Program, which gives us the last mile, helps in developing and providing the infrastructures needed before any housing project starts. We are committed to leveraging that all the infrastructures benefit the development of sustainable, inclusive, equitable, and livable communities and neighborhoods. On access to public transport, we are committed to ensuring that our housing developments under the Affordable Housing Program have access to public transport, and in particular, mass rapid transit systems. We are embracing the transit-oriented design so that the design of our cities, towns, and housing settlements will anticipate future needs for public transport. We also embrace the vision of the new urban agenda, which envisions cities where people can walk no further than 20 minutes to their place of work, schools, retail and shopping, and even places of worship. We are prioritizing pedestrian walkways and non-motorized transport solutions, and with a focus on sustainability and road safety. We want to anticipate the provision of cycle lanes, motorcycle lanes, and other mobility systems that facilitate the movement of people more than the motor vehicles. The affordable housing programs, along with the provision of decent housing, recognizes the need for accessible and affordable home financing for Kenyan citizens. We have established the Housing Fund, which collects the housing levy from employers and employees with the aim for getting funding for housing development and attendant social and physical infrastructure. The Housing Fund has been structured as an offtake fund, which will offtake units from developers and subsequently work with the institutions such as Kenya Mortgage Refinancing Company, SACCOs, pension funds, and others through a demand-side solution of either an affordable mortgage or the National Tenant Purchase Scheme. Investment opportunities for private sector are in the development of homes, as well as the long chain where provision of inputs and materials is required. From provisions of steel, building technology, consultancy, all these so many opportunities come into play. So apart also from building the houses, here we also provide jobs for many young men and women, and also the Jua Kali sector that is well advanced in this country. As I conclude, I want to let it known that Africa is the young, clean, green continent of the future, and as a country, we are committed to make sure that we achieve this. Thank you very much. I hope I didn't take much of your time.
I know now why you are a secretary to the government, because you are disciplined. And I know your president is very disciplined too. So I understand why you are here. Thank you. Can I now ask Madam Judith to tell us how Uganda is working towards integrated urban planning and self-financing of essential utilities for enhanced revenue collection at the local level.
Thank you very much, the moderator of this session. And I want to extend greetings from Uganda and also congratulate Kenya for organizing this event. We are talking about integrated planning, but also self-financing for the different utilities. Uganda, as a country, before we had one capital city, which is Kampala, but as we speak now, we have 10 other new cities. We call them secondary cities. And what we are doing in the ministry, or in government, we are working towards integrating urban planning, but we are also using the whole of government approach towards our planning. We are integrating spatial planning, economic planning, and we have a program in government which is called Sustainable Urbanization and Housing, which program is chaired in the Ministry of Lands, Housing, and Urban Development. We are looking at both policy but also strategies on how to enhance the capacity of the different cities and local governments. We have a program which is called USMID, Uganda Support to Municipal Infrastructure Development Program, which program is in the 10 regional cities. It looks at the infrastructure, but also building the capacity of the different cities to be in position to raise revenue, which revenue will help them in the end to meet the requirements for the different utilities in their respective urban areas. And doing this, we are doing it in an integrated way, and we are also looking at nature-based solutions. All cities, the 10 cities, have physical development plans. And these plans clearly stipulate where each service will be, and the different protected areas are also catered for, but also the green spaces are catered for. But one thing that has been done in the cities, we are looking at their revenue register. The analysis of the revenue that was created, that was collected previously, but now even the potentials for the new revenue areas. A register is made, the business communities are sensitized in those respective areas, and then the different staff in those local areas begin on the agenda of raising revenue. But when that revenue is collected, we expect services to be in place. When we talk about services, the road network, the water, the energy, the health, the education, meaning that these services are a center of attraction for people to comply with what the different cities are trying to ask for them. We are also attracting investment in those respective cities. People before used to invest in Kampala, but now we are telling them we have these other 10 cities. Can you please pick interest in those 10 cities? And once investment is taken in those cities, definitely the local governments or the cities will have to benefit a percentage of what will be paid by the investors in those respective areas. We are also trying to train our staff, build capacity on how to handle technology, but also manage the different resources that are in the area. We have the National Physical Development Plan, the first of its kind, that was approved by the Cabinet of Uganda, but now we are looking at frameworks of how we are going to integrate the same up to the last unit in our country, because every area in Uganda is a planning area, meaning that we have to plan from the village level, sub-county level, district level, national level, and those programs have to be aligned to each other. We are identifying potential areas like review in land values and also other land-related services, the building permits, the physical planning permits, and all those services that can lead to revenue enhancement in those respective areas. But we are also calling on partners, who are, especially the Pan-Africans, who are interested in having our cities adopt the smart city arrangement, but also the smart urban planning, to work together and identify each of our roles and move as a team, because we believe that if we lobby as a group, then we can benefit. We are also learning from other areas where people have already made a breakthrough to see how we can borrow some of the ideas that were used before to enable our cities cope with what is taking place. And now that we are into the urban agenda, the smart cities, meaning that we need to have those approaches incorporated and also agreed upon. We are also emphasizing that livable cities are desired to have low carbon footprint. And we know that we can achieve it through climate smart urban planning to make cities livable but also environmentally friendly. Many people come from the villages to come to cities to look for greener pastures, and you realize that in the cities it is where most of the economic activities are done, activities that even contribute to the GDP of a country, but still a lot of environmental damages is done around the cities. So we are like, now we need to strike a balance. Yes, these are our areas where the growth is very fast, 5.6, but how do we make them environmentally friendly, but also improving the people's well-being by developing programs that are made to help our citizens that are still vulnerable to also work and be up to the expected standards. Thank you once again, and thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Madam Minister. It was very informative. I picked some of the words that you can keep as takeaways. Whole of the government approach to any of our development through programs and planning. Emphasis on capacity to raise revenue. This is very key. And I was struck by your fiscal development plan at all levels, and your will to attract investment in secondary cities. And this investment, we wish that it have a low carbon footprint, and that it is organized through a smart urban planning. Thank you for that, Madam Minister. Madam Nusa Bouchareb, you are the former Minister of Urban Affairs in Morocco. And your country is known as one of which has embraced climate resilience and public-private partnership as a key priority in developing, integrating urban planning and urban investment. Can you tell us how the government have succeeded to maintain this climate resilience and partnership approach momentum throughout the years, and which financial mechanism is supporting this approach? And what lesson have we learned that you can teach us? Madame Bouchareb.
Thank you, President. Merci, cher ami, Monsieur Ambassi. Excellences Mesdames et Messieurs les ministres, honorable assistance, tout d'abord, je voudrais présenter mes remerciements à la République du Kenya et à l'ensemble des organisateurs de m'avoir associé à cet événement. Très important pour débattre des problématiques qui sont liées, bien sûr, à tout ce qui est en rapport avec l'intégration urbaine. Et dans mon allocution, j'essaierai de mettre un peu le lien entre, bien sûr, ce que fait le Maroc pour assurer la résilience des territoires et partager plutôt les expériences concernant les programmes menés par le Maroc. Donc, comme cela a été dit par mes collègues et par les personnes qui m'ont précédé, je crois que l'urbanisation, de façon globale, ce n'est pas une affaire d'aménagement des territoires, ni une affaire technique et scientifique. C'est plus un projet social, un projet sociétal, et surtout un projet politique et économique qui devrait être porté par l'ensemble des citoyens. Et par rapport à ça, je crois qu'aujourd'hui, avec cette approche multidimensionnelle et multi-acteurs, nous arrivons aujourd'hui à faire adhérer nos citoyens pour s'approprier de c'est quoi la ville écologique, c'est quoi la ville intégrée et comment peut-on assurer la durabilité de ces villes. Donc sans citer les problématiques et les défis auxquels tous les pays africains font face, notamment le Maroc, sans citer bien sûr que le Maroc a vu sa population doubler en 50 ans. Le Maroc aujourd'hui il est à 60% en termes d'urbanisation, et donc le Maroc, face à ça, face à ces mutations, il a fait peut-être un pas géant grâce aux orientations de Sa Majesté pour, bien sûr, lancer une dynamique permettant d'aboutir à un aménagement intégré, parce que la ville, les problématiques que nous vivons aujourd'hui dans la ville, ou là au niveau des villes sont des problématiques qui sont liées à l'environnement de la ville. Et donc le traitement de l'urbanisme de façon intégrée doit prendre en considération certainement l'environnement immédiat ou éloigné de la ville. Pour faire face à ces mutations et répondre aux besoins des populations, bien entendu, le Maroc a vécu ces dernières années un rythme des grandes réformes et des grands chantiers lancés par Sa Majesté qui lui ont permis de s'engager dans une nouvelle ère. Une nouvelle ère, ça veut dire une ère où l'instauration du nouveau modèle de développement marocain incite à mettre l'humain au centre de toutes ces réformes. Et quand on parle aujourd'hui de la ville, c'est un besoin qui est signifié et formulé de façon claire par le citoyen et les citoyennes. Un modèle, bien sûr, qui est basé sur plusieurs niveaux de réflexion, un niveau de planification, un niveau de gouvernance, un niveau opérationnel et un niveau de captage des financements. Je n'aurai pas beaucoup de temps pour parler de toutes les actions qui sont menées ou les programmes qui sont menés par le Maroc, mais toutefois, je vais vous citer 3 ou 4 actions ou projets. La première action qui est aujourd'hui constitue le pilier de l'intégration, c'est notre stratégie nationale de développement durable qui est là pour mettre en œuvre rapidement les objectifs de développement durable et qui est déclinée au niveau de chacun des plans de développement communaux, régionaux et provinciaux. Et donc cette stratégie de développement durable est le référentiel pour que nos villes ou nos plans communaux soient des plans qui répondent aux objectifs de durabilité. La deuxième action qui est menée dans le cadre, bien sûr, de cette réforme et qui est appuyée aussi par la décentralisation et la déconcentration, qui est un pilier très important permettant aussi aux territoires d'être impliqués dans toutes ces réformes, c'est la nouvelle approche de planification du territoire de façon globale. Et cette approche, selon le nouveau modèle, a comme principe l'efficacité, la durabilité et l'équité. Et quand nous parlons d'équité, ça veut dire que des plans qui luttent contre les disparités, que ce soit des disparités sociales, économiques et autres, aujourd'hui, nos plans de développement urbain devraient être des plans basés sur ces principes-là. Un nouveau modèle d'aménagement des territoires, une nouvelle génération de documents d'urbanisme qui instaure les principes de durabilité et qui constitue aussi un référentiel dans la programmation des équipements publics, des villes, de la forme de densifier aussi les villes et qui met en place comment opérationnaliser aussi tout le foncier qu'on a et le rendre des zones urbanisées mais durables. La troisième action ou le troisième progrès, c'est le renforcement de la résilience. Et je reviens à votre question, Jean-Pierre. Comment a-t-on pu mettre en place aujourd'hui des actions concrètes qui renforcent la résilience des villes? C'est à travers une planification, des plans territoriaux de lutte contre les réchauffements climatiques qui ont ciblé toutes les villes du Maroc, une intégration de bien sûr, de ces plans ou des objectifs qui ont été signifiés par ces plans sur le plan adaptation et atténuation au niveau des PDR, qui sont les plans de développement régionaux, et enfin une prise en considération des changements climatiques dans toute la planification urbaine et dans les CPS qui vont nous permettre de mettre en place les documents d'urbanisme. La transformation numérique, c'est aussi des piliers importants à travers lesquels on a accès à la data. Et quand on a accès à la data, on peut dire que les territoires peuvent jouer leur rôle dans la résilience. Et là, c'est à travers la numérisation des territoires, des programmes et la numérisation surtout des documents d'urbanisme pour permettre d'avoir une ouverture sur les zones qu'on peut bien sûr aménager, comment les aménager et surtout de pouvoir suivre la réalisation des objectifs en termes de durabilité et d'intégration de ces villes, sans parler de l'ensemble des outils qu'on a mis en place pendant la crise. Et quand j'étais au poste, on a essayé, le gouvernement s'est mobilisé pour que le taux de numérisation et de digitalisation de tous les documents administratifs, y compris les documents de planification, puissent être accessibles pour ne pas freiner l'investissement en termes d'aménagement urbain. Une nouvelle génération de villes a vu le jour, et ça depuis pratiquement, je dirais, depuis 2014, à travers un grand programme lancé par Sa Majesté le Roi, qui, bien sûr, met en place une nouvelle forme de gouvernance de ville et met en place aussi un programme intégré permettant de mettre en place les nouvelles villes. Aujourd'hui, bien sûr, ce programme intègre intègre bien sûr la valorisation du patrimoine, la requalification des espaces, l'habitat, rendre l'habitat accessible et qui répond à l'ensemble des franges, que ce soit la classe moyenne, la classe vulnérable, les jeunes, de mettre en place des équipements publics aussi qui répondent aux objectifs de durabilité et qui sont alimentés par des énergies propres. L'infrastructure de connexion, c'est très important, et aussi un environnement et un cadre de vie décent pour ces nouvelles villes. Aujourd'hui, hormis les nouvelles villes, bien sûr, je vous invite à visiter le Maroc et de visiter aussi la nouvelle ville de Hamna, qui est la première ville du Maroc verte, qui répond aux objectifs de durabilité. C'est une nouvelle ville qui est proche de Marrakech, à peu près 30 minutes, et où on a bien sûr conçu l'architecture de cette ville à travers l'utilisation des matériaux bioclimatiques, l'utilisation de l'énergie aussi propre, l'alimentation des services publics en énergie propre, la nouvelle organisation de l'espace qui répond à la mixité sociale, et aussi un service urbain écologique et des espaces verts qui répondent aux objectifs de la durabilité. Je ne vais pas m'arrêter sur tous les programmes que le Maroc a menés, mais je vais dire tout simplement que l'aménagement durable et urbain de la ville de façon globale revient à traiter la ville telle qu'il est aujourd'hui avec une requalification et une mise à niveau, chose que le Maroc fait à travers la politique de la ville et le traitement des alentours, et aussi penser à se focaliser sur les villes intermédiaires et aussi les centres émergents pour avoir une architecture ou là je dirais un écosystème urbain qui permet de traiter tous les phénomènes de mobilité et de migration qui nous posent aujourd'hui problème au niveau de la gestion des villes. Je compléterai tout simplement par dire que je suis présente ici en tant que vice-présidente de la Maison Climat, méditerranéenne du climat. On vient d'organiser notre 3e conférence internationale qui est la MEDCOP. Et pendant cette MEDCOP qui a été organisée sous le patronage de Sa Majesté, et la société civile a un rôle à jouer aussi, monsieur. Désolé d'avoir tardé. Merci pour votre attention, mesdames.
Thank you. Thank you. Because we have this is only the first panel. Since I have ministers here, I have been biased. So let's have the voices of the people dealing with these issues on the day-to-day basis. I've heard 2 mayors, one from Malawi, Mr. Ndipo, one from Togo, Mr. Ajayi. Same question, 3 minutes each. Tell us. Mayors always complain about lack of money. And they complain about unfunded mandates, saying that national government push to them responsibilities that they don't want to fund. And I've been here for 40 years around the mayors. Same complaint every day. So my question is, in your view, how can governments, how can local government collaborate with national governments and the other counterpart so that we get a better share of public resources? What are you doing to have a better fiscal decentralization? And what are we doing to raise more funds at your level? You have 6 minutes, both of you. Go ahead. And then we end with, okay, or we reverse.
Thank you, SJ. I know, yes, you have given me this, which I can elaborate, but maybe I would not be comfortable enough if I don't mention about the cyclone flood that hit Malawi. Because in most of the sessions I've actually attended, it has been Malawi. But maybe you can hear from the host's mouth. I think that would be a starting point, if you allow me, SG. But otherwise, I can go straight to the point as you have asked me.
I'm sorry, go to the point.
Thank you. Yeah, SG, in fact, there has been such conference before in Malawi, but I think as one of the longest serving mayors, I've seen it improving time and again, in the sense that maybe in the like unfunded mandates you have mentioned about, we did away with that, because what we emphasized was on the decentralization. That actually they should actually maybe decentralize whatever they do actually want to. For example, when we mention about unfunded mandates, we were talking about maybe raising of ships, maybe state functions, which are pushed to the municipalities instead of national government. But now this time around, what they do is to fund us before they do all those activities. In such a way, whatever we have as a council and whatever we organize as a council doesn't affect anything. But more importantly is that as government is doing that, as the municipality, we are actually looking at our self-financing in a way that we should not actually be depending on the government. In such a way, we've managed to, apart from the property rates, but also we've managed to make some flagship projects like having the shopping malls where we can collect our own revenue. We've done that. We have had the car parkades, and also on the toll gates, we have thought that we are getting some of the seeded revenue from the toll gates and wherever. So in that way, we are able to have our own finances apart from the markets and maybe some revenue that we get from the government, which is only 5% of what we can get. Yeah, so SG, if we talk about financing, and I think we have done away with that in Plantain City. We are much better on that one, and we are progressing very well. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Hugo?
Thank you, Jean-Pierre. It's a pleasure to be here to represent the voice of collectivity, of mayors, and also the voice of FMDB, who work strongly to finance the local authority. You asked for a very good question, what is the main topic about development in countries? Let's say there is no discussion about it. The money must come from the government. We are decentralized authority. We contest for election, we are politics, we know the problem of our territory, but we don't have independence. In my country, what we do is that all the money is centralized at tax institution, and they share it to local authority, national authority, and so on. But the main things I want to mention here today is the money must come from the government, or the NGO, local authority, national level, should work to set up mechanism. We can't leverage money either except from the fiscality, who is not enough to solve our problem. We don't have that capacity because we must guarantee, and we can do that without the acceptance of the Ministry of Finance. There is a lot of restriction. We collectivity, we local authority, we can go beyond what is diverse to us. So the main job must come from national authority by setting up a mechanism. There's a lot of money out. We have been talking about climate. It's green, there is money there. There is opportunity for us to seize as well. And every solution comes from the territory. So from there, we need to leverage money by setting up a mechanism. So on that field also, I can thank FMDB and all the CGLU and all the association working a lot to see how we can structure, we can design financial instruments to take money in for local authority. But that needs to be very structured from national level, coming from fiscality of the country, but also by putting in place some investment vehicle to leverage money from institution. So that needs to be really clear. Our job as local authority is to address a concrete solution on the field. They don't give us power to go to leverage money. We have the fiscality, we work on that basis. But the rest, we need technical assistance, we need project engineering, we need financial engineering, so that we should work in common. Today, there is something we call a finance in common. We believe that by putting together all our effort, we can leverage more money. So, and I'm happy that the COP28 in preparation, there is a highway for local authorities. There is a specific panel for us to raise once again our voice. So we must be here. We have interest in the local authority development and territory development. See how we are putting together a structured discussion at that level. Thank you, Jean-Pierre.
Thank you very much. The finance issue stays, that progress is being observed, but that the bulk of it will come from our capacity to define mechanism and to define project and go and fetch for money where it is. For now, let's say that the funding of local government remain an issue. So, PS, our ministers here, you heard them say that they need your help. I hope it's a takeaway for you. And a big applause for our panel. Without further ado, we have to go to the second panel. And this time around, I will rush you. 2-3 points, enough. Let me call on the stage for the second panel Mr. Jean-Alois Biwole, the Director of Cooperation, Special Support Fund for Local Authorities in Cameroon. Mike Salewu, Director of Infrastructure and Urban Development, African Development Bank. Not there? Peter Ellis, Acting Regional Director for Sustainable Development, World Bank Group. Engineer John Tanwi, MBS, Principal Secretary, State Department of Information and Communication, Technical and Digital Economy. Melanie Nakugawa, Chief Sustainability, Microsoft. She's not there, okay? This makes our life easier. So, can we have a more interactive panel here so that we don't get long speeches? If I may, I ask the panelists if this is in order for you, right? So, my direct question to you, Mr. Philippe Akua, what initiative FACOM as an agency that finances and implements infrastructure projects in cities in your home country, Cameroon, what are you taking as initiative to promote sustainable and resilient cities and avoid standard investment?
To give me the floor, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Moderator, I wish you a good afternoon. First of all, I would like to sincerely thank the FMDB for once again giving the opportunity for FECOM to express and set the vision of a subnational development bank in charge of supporting the development of resilient cities in the Africa of tomorrow. Indeed, cities, councils, and regions are considered to be key players in the implementation of our various development agendas at both national and international levels. More than ever, these bodies are powerful driving forces for innovation, enabling us to pool our effort to build solutions to global challenges. Every day, cities explore ways of providing safer, more resilient, efficient, and accessible urban services for all. Their financing is undermined by market failure and inadequate connection between supply and demand. Despite the many financing tools set up by a government to prepare, invest in, or guarantee urban projects, cities are still faced by inadequate access to resources to provide urban services in line with SDGs.
Mr. Alois,
Yes?
you accepted the role of the game. Saying that, please, we don't go to statement. The first panel, we allow statement because of the presence of ministers. But this one, we are among ourselves. People that do things on the ground. So can you reply to my question directly? Saying, please, what are you doing as finance institution, financing investment in cities to get this investment resilient and have sustainable cities? Are you doing something or not?
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I will speak in French because in English it will be more difficult. Je vais donc dire que le FECOM, effectivement, travaille pour les collectivités locales au Cameroun depuis 40 ans actuellement. Et nous finançons un ensemble de projets. En fait, nous répondons à l'ensemble des demandes qui sont faites par les collectivités locales sur le terrain, que ce soit dans l'éducation, l'accès à l'eau potable, la construction de tous les équipements urbains, les équipements, infrastructures de toute nature. Et FECOM a mis en place des outils de financement qui lui permettent effectivement de répondre aux besoins des maires. Donc il y a un travail de fond qui est fait avec les collectivités locales. Ce travail, c'est de savoir déjà au niveau des besoins comment est-ce que la population à la base fait remonter les besoins pour qu'on puisse y répondre de manière adéquate. Et maintenant, comment dimensionner les projets et permettre que les financements soient durables. C'est-à-dire que la commune puisse supporter le coût, les charges de remboursement, notamment pour ce qui est des financements remboursables, et également qu'elle puisse, sur la durée, s'assurer que la gestion et l'exploitation de ces équipements, de ces infrastructures répond véritablement aux attentes des populations. Donc il y a une association qui a été mise en place, notamment avec FMDV, avec l'AfD, pour pouvoir mettre en place cette alliance des villes, pour pouvoir répondre, mettre à l'échelle ces dispositifs de financement, notamment que nous avons mis en place au FECOM, et les partager avec les autres institutions de financement locales à travers l'Afrique. Donc, pour l'instant, je pense que c'est peut-être l'essentiel que je pourrais dire sur, concernant la question qui a été posée.
So, 40 years of experience financing cities in Cameroon, sharing this experience with your sister organization across the continent, creating an alliance of such sister organizations, and working towards enforcement of this kind of specialized institution. This is what we are doing. Right. Well, you know, I have a problem, and I can be on my knee because I did wrong to a very important person in the room, who is Mr. Tierno Habib Anne, the CEO and Managing Director of Shelter Afrique. So please, accept my apologies. But we will not go to you. We will go to Mike Salou from the World Bank. And what I will ask Mike is to tell us how development banks are supporting the regeneration of urban green networks, improving the quality of public space, enhancing connectivity for pedestrians and cyclists, because the World Bank has been blamed to go to gray infrastructure compared to green infrastructure. What can you tell us about it?
Mr. Moderator, so first correction, I mean, I know many people have many issues with the World Bank, and that's okay. We are a development partner like everyone else, and we usually follow the government's agenda as well. Second correction is my name is Peter, Peter Ellis, that's okay, not Mike. That's fine, no worries. So let me just say, I mean, the way we typically approach in working with cities, so it's not as micro maybe as you explained in terms of, we identify pedestrian paths or cycleways. We usually work in a larger system of helping strengthen the government's own system and then bringing in the financing behind it and trying to crowd in other financing as well. Now, we all know the statistics around how fast Africa's cities are urbanizing. There's data from OECD and UN that the number of cities have doubled over the last 30 years or so in Africa, sub-Saharan Africa. In addition, the estimates from the international panel, Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change shows that when Europe urbanized, and including most of Latin America, urban footprint doubled with population. In Africa and South Asia, that is expected to be 5 to 7 times bigger, the urban footprint relative to a doubling of population. So that's a lot of urban expansion and not very compact growth if we keep business as usual. So how do we change that paradigm of business as usual, where we sort of just, be pushed by what the donors say, be pushed by what the World Bank says, or maybe the African Development Bank or others, and how can cities especially get control of that agenda? The first thing I would say is that cities need to plan properly. I don't mean a master plan. I mean you need to have a strategic development plan, you need to sequence your investments, you need to prioritize your investments. Now, in addition to being green and climate friendly, we already have a big challenge in meeting simple basic services for our citizens. However, there's an opportunity with rapid urbanization that we could actually provide those basic services differently, but it does require a better planning paradigm and implementation of that plan. How do we implement that plan? Through the financing mechanisms. If you don't have a plan, your budget becomes your plan, de facto and legally, right? Whatever you finance. How do you control the investments coming into your city? You control that through your planning process that then tells the donors, tells the World Bank, these are our priorities, this is what we want to do, come in behind these programs. If you look at the World Bank's financing, in the urban space, we have about $34 or $35 billion in over 200 projects, and only $6 billion of that is in climate finance in sub-Saharan Africa, right? So that's 1/5 of that amount. So we can do a lot more in terms of climate finance, in terms of reorienting that money to be more towards resilience and climate friendly. And with that, I would say we can talk about bringing in the private sector, you can talk about should the World Bank do things differently, but at the end of the day, I think both national governments and cities need to get the basics right. If you don't have your basic public finance in order, your own source revenues, the way you manage your budgets, you will not be very successful in getting private sector to come in and do what you want them to do in a sustainable way, or even to issue something as basic as a bond. Even a basic revenue bond would be very difficult to issue if you don't have the basics in place. And not just on your public financial management, but on all aspects of planning, etc. And I just want to leave you with one thought. When I first joined the World Bank a while ago, there was a huge poster in the lobby that said, cities are built the way they are financed. And I think we've sort of forgotten that message over the last few years. If you don't figure out how you want to finance your cities through the intergovernment finance system, how much autonomy you give local governments, etc., then your cities will be financed in a way that you are not in control of the mechanisms in how they are financed. So I will leave you with that, just to think about that you need to empower local governments to be able to make their own decisions, not just on paper, but actually in reality as well. And I think Kenya is a good example of moving that devolution process forward very strongly as well. I mean, my country as well, South Africa, we still have a long way to go in terms of strengthening local governments to the extent that they want to be strengthened. But without that, I think it'll be a difficult challenge to really have livable cities that are sustainable over the long term. Thank you.
So the way we appreciate the World Bank, they summarize things very well. They are keen to receive any claps, that any insult, anything, but they are always forward-looking, and thank you for that. And I mixed the thing. It was Peter Saluwu, and I put it Peter Ellis now. You are still Peter Ellis, right? It's the same. So the other issue we have here is for Cheno Habib Hand to tell us about your organization. It's not well known. Shelter Africa is not well known, but is playing a key role in affordable housing in Africa. So my question to you is, how do you think government should create incentives for the production of affordable housing that minimizes both housing and commutation costs? How do you do that? Or how do you advise the government to be doing that?
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. And yes, I think you might not know Shelter Africa. That's exactly why you forgot to call me on the stage. But just with a show of hands, how many people know Shelter Africa? Show of hands, please. Okay. Please, can you look at the room, please? Oh, this is for you. Okay. So Shelter Africa is a development finance institution. We are a financier, right? We're not a developer. We are not an NGO, but we are a DFI. And we finance affordable housing and urban development in Africa. So far, we have 44 countries that are shareholders, same way they are shareholders of the World Bank, IFC, AfDB. And we were set up 40 years ago by the African Development Bank because they thought it was important to have a dedicated entity that financed affordable housing, right? Because following the independence, there was a huge housing crisis in Africa, and it was important for us to have a solution for this. So the African Union and the African Development Bank thought it was important to set up a development finance institution dedicated solely to do this, right? So we finance affordable housing through financial institutions and through developers directly. And we also work with government agencies and government institutions in a PPP sort of framework. And then our fourth pillar, because I just mentioned three, would be to set up dedicated fund management groups, right? Some funds that would be dedicated in thematic areas, focusing on 7 different areas right now we're looking at. So green climate resilience is the utmost priority. And then gender, housing for women, and women working in the housing value chain. So SMEs owned by women. We want to encourage them. And then the third one is about job creation, right? So financing SMEs and trade in the housing value chain. And the fourth one is basic infrastructure, so last mile infrastructure, access to water, electricity, sewage, to make sure housing can actually happen. In many countries, we've seen government supporting housing programs without putting in place the proper infrastructure. So the houses are built, unfortunately, people cannot move in them because water is not there, sewage is not there. So you want to set up a fund to de-risk that perspective. And then we also have a thematic area focusing on Islamic finance, As you know, rent to own is a natural product for Islamic finance. So Ijara, Murabaha, we try and do this with the Islamic Development Bank. And we are also launching a migrant and IDPs, basically, right? So refugee housing across Africa. So this is something we'll talk about on Wednesday. There's a side event with the African Union. And finally, diaspora funding, right? So the diaspora, as you know, many of you here are from the diaspora as well. We send money back to our countries, and we never see the homes. So we want to set up a platform that would facilitate access to housing for the diaspora, and also as an investment vehicle for the diaspora in the different countries. So this is how we operate. Now, coming back to your specific question, in terms of where do we build the homes, right? How do we provide housing? So it is very critical to make sure that housing is in the locations where jobs are, right? And also where you have transportation nodes, right? To facilitate moving from your home to your job. Otherwise, it will be very difficult, right, to be sustainable. And also, even from a climate perspective, this is something that we as an institution are pushing for. So having homes near the locations where the jobs are, but also across the transport corridors. So we are working on something called transit-oriented development. So working with governments to encourage developers to actually build their homes near the different transit corridors across the board. And then we are also encouraging developing incentives with the government to actually encourage developers to build density, right? So look, what's going on today across Africa is that people are building outside of the cities, right? So usually it's very difficult to get to your job, and it takes 2-3 hours. It's not efficient. And in the middle of our urban centers, we have a lot of space, okay? It's just that most of them are, not densified, right? So you have really what we call in French the taudis, right? Those are slums. So you have slums everywhere across the continent, frankly. When you're flying any of our capitals in Africa, you'll actually just see slums all over. And this is in the middle of the city. To actually identify some of those strategic locations where the jobs are located and see how we can execute some sort of urban regeneration. And this has been done in many other places. India is a very good example. Before coming back to Africa, I was heading IFC's housing finance business for Asia and Pacific, based out of Bangkok. And India was my biggest portfolio. And in India, urban regeneration has really transformed cities like Mumbai. You go there, the government will just take a piece of slum and decide to work on a partnership with the private sector, private developer, to basically bring down those slums, right, and relocate the people that used to live in the slums nearby, to give them time to rebuild on the slum for those people to relocate on that same location. You're not moving them out of the location. And then you empty really a big space where you can really build more, middle income to even high income, because you're in the middle of the town, in the middle of the city, where it's really, land is expensive. So you need to really make sure that from an economic standpoint, it makes sense. So we do this also on a PPP standpoint. So we're working with different governments on a public-private partnership where government provide lands and we provide the financing and we bring developers to build on those homes. And we want to do all of this from a sustainability standpoint, right? So we have a partnership with IFC EDGE certification program where we are really committing to make all our projects EDGE certified, meaning that they are green, climate resilient, and sustainable. Because in many of our countries, you have these droughts and also the rain destroys everything, right? So we really need to make sure those houses are sustainable and they can also resist any climate change. We have countries like Sierra Leone where we've seen really, the rain destroy many, many houses. in many other places the same thing happens. So we want to prevent that. So these are some of the things that we're doing, and we encourage government also to put in place land banking programs, and we are actually working with government putting in place also reform programs. I don't know if you want to go into that as a second piece, but I can take that on right away just to save time. It's really to get private sector involved in this affordable housing program. It's really key. Public sector resources are scarce. We need to make sure that the private sector really gets involved. And the way to do that is for the government to put in place the enabling environment. And right now we are working on what we call the country partnership strategies for affordable housing. For each of the countries that we want to partner with, we are going to deploy a model we call the viral, right? Making housing viral, meaning basically putting in place the vision, the institutions, the regulations, working with the actors and local initiatives like PPPs and shelter funds. And I'm happy to get into more details, but let me just stop here for now.
Well, it was worth it, eh? So now my last speaker on this, and unfortunately I was given the time limit of 4:35. We are 4:30. So you are in a digital economy, and everybody says, well, Africa will leapfrog through digital. And tell us, how can this digital world transform African cities? How? I was told that if you don't have electricity, how do you talk about digital? Because digital without electricity doesn't work. If you don't have digital infrastructure, how do you say digital transformation, smart cities? It won't work. Tell us, how can it work?
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. My name is John Paul Okwiri. I'm the acting CEO of Konza Technopolis. I'm representing Engineer John Tanui, who is the PS of ICT and Digital Economy. So thank you very much for that question. It's a very interesting question, and based on the fact that you said this panel now, we should be discussing the action points. Yeah, because this is the panel that actually is on the ground. So in Konza Technopolis is a key flagship project of Kenya's Vision 2030 with an aim to transform the country into a newly industrializing middle-income country by the year 2030, providing a clean and secure environment for all its citizens. So basically in Konza Technopolis, we are developing a smart, sustainable, we are implementing a sustainable smart city. And what does that mean? It means that we've been able to do a master planning of the entire city and implement it from scratch. It's a green city, and with an objective to transform the country digitally and also to improve the digital economy and knowledge-based economy of our country. So we've been able to do this in a number of ways, in that we've master planned the city in a way that each aspect of the development of the city has been taken care of and is in compliance with the sustainability goals. This includes aspects, matters to do with smart integrated mobility, which has been taken into account in the master planning of the city, in that in Konza Technopolis, we envision to have a walkable city, whereby the goal is to have 500 meters radius and a 15-meter walk for every utility that the residents would require. And as such, we've been able to develop a smart Tier 3 data center, which is able to store the data that will be generated, thereby contributing to the digital economy. Because, you know, for us to transform as a country, would require a secure storage of the data that will give us the opportunity to analyze the data and improve efficiency in all our aspects. We've been also able to implement sustainable environment management and biodiversity conservation, in that in Konza Technopolis, we've been able to demarcate. We've allocated about 1,700 acres for greening in as far as wildlife corridor is concerned. And this also speaks to our ability to ensure that we conserve and preserve our environment. In the master planning of the infrastructure, we've been able to provide for wastewater reclamation facility, which is able to ensure that we are able to reclaim the water and reuse it for irrigation purposes. Also, we provided for solid waste management system that is able to take care of our solid waste, in that we'll not be able to see the usual trucks that you see in our usual cities, transporting garbage here and there. We've taken care of that in our master planning and in the implementation of the infrastructure. Also, the buildings in Konza Technopolis are green buildings, which are certified, and will ensure that every building in the Technopolis is able to meet the sustainable aspects and in compliance. Also, we've been able to take care of the waste energy plant, and this will ensure that all the waste that is generated in the Technopolis will not find its way to the dump sites, but they can be reused and to act as byproducts of other reusable requirements. Also, in the Technopolis, we've been able to comply with the ESG, sustainable reporting. And this we did through launching of our ESG report in the earlier this year. So basically, Konza Technopolis is preparing the country to lead in the digital transformation of Kenya and, of course, Africa. And this we've done through the various infrastructure that we've done in the Technopolis from scratch, being a green city. And it's always interesting to see that we are able to develop a city from greenfield. And that is the interest that we've positioned the country to take care of the digital transformation and, of course, knowledge economy. Last week, we were able to launch an Eco Cloud data center, which is actually stationed where it is 100% going to use renewable energy in Algeria. And this provides us with a platform that we are able to take care of the data that will be generated, and that we are able to store all the data and be able to take care of it, since data is the oil of today. Thank you.
Well, a round of applause for our second panel. It was very, very, very insightful, instructive. And let me conclude with two or three takeaways that I know from the two panels. What I noticed is that everybody said no livable and sustainable city without planning. That's clear. You said no implementation of this planning without investment, planning investment and financial mechanism. You said no efficient implementation without real devolution and stakeholders partnership. You said no sustainable city without inclusion, and you said we can go forward using the digital solutions, but what I heard you say is that beside the smart cities, let's work towards smart citizens that can make informed choices, not leave it to the machines, and care for the poor. Thank you for your attendance. The next panel is ready, and the next moderator is here. My apologies for having been late. Thank you all.
of what we're doing today, a panel discussion. I'm going to hand over to my colleague, Christopher Cost, who will be taking you through that. He's an Africa Program Director at AfDB. Christopher.
Great, thanks, Beatrice. So it's really great to be with everyone today at the Africa Climate Summit. And I think as the minister clearly explained, we haven't been doing enough in urban mobility when it comes to serving the needs of the majority of the citizens. You know, people are walking, they're taking public transport, they're cycling. That's where our investments need to go. And I'd like to introduce our first panel that's going to delve into those questions, like how can we chart the course forward to really increase the investments in the transport modes that we really need in our cities. So the first panelist I'd like to introduce is Mike Salau, who's Director, Infrastructure and Urban Development at the African Development Bank. You're welcome to join us on the panel. Next, I'd like to welcome Mary Porter-Peshka, who's Regional Director for Eastern Africa with the International Finance Corporation, IFC. Welcome. And finally, I'd like to introduce Alan Munua, Senior Investment Director with Meridian. Yeah, welcome. Great. So I'll first hand over the floor to Mike from AfDB. We will take 5 minutes each to keep to our schedule. And what I wanted to ask you is, how can development banks increase their investment in sustainable mobility? You know, for so many years, we've seen a lot of finance, development finance going toward big roads, flyovers, urban highways. How can we really change the direction of those investments so that we start seeing more public transport and other sustainable mobility projects on the ground?
Opportunity to thank Minister here and also Vice President for EIB for the gracious invitation. It's a very good question, and I think as you frame it, we have to, you know, for me, it's not about doing one over the other. It's really doing, you know, while we do the trunk roads, the flyovers and everything, we also need to do the urban transportation. So I think that's why we are here today. You're absolutely right. The issue of public transport in Africa is actually crying, it's urgent. And the minister made a very good description of what Kenya is doing. You know, the rapid urbanization on the continent calls for urgent action. The population is growing. We also know that from people to move from place E to B, go to their workplaces, you know, entertainment or social activities, they need to move. And the question here today is how do they move in the most efficient way? And I think that's, you know, the topic of the discussion. We from the African Development Bank, what we have done is, as you know, we are a development bank, a policy bank. So we first have to tackle the issue of enable environment, you know, the planning, the issue of policy, because transportation is a regulated sector, and you need to have the right policy environment and also have the right stakeholder engagement so that you can design the public transportation that will respond to the demand of the people. So we look at the policy planning through our various engagement with the government, and I'm happy here to report that, you know, through that engagement, we have worked with the government of Kenya to launch the first BRT study here in Kenya, which is now giving rise to investment in various projects. And I'm happy here that EIB is actually working with the government. And my plea to Minister here is that the African Development Bank also is ready to finance, I think, the line 4 that we are looking at to actually support you. Yeah. But that said, I think, you know, to have a sustainable urban transportation, it will require a multiple engagement and multiple actions. You know, sustainable infrastructure is costly. Somebody must pay the incremental cost. And I think that's why the COP27 or even COP28 that we'll be going to will be really, very important. That how do we mobilize the extra investment that's needed to green our transport sector? And in urban area, we have talked about BRT, light rail systems, and also, how do we design roads so that pedestrian and, the non-motorized transportation is also being taken very seriously. So in the bank, we look at the planning. We help countries to make planning and also prepare projects. one of the key impediments to really finance bankable project, investment in transport, is also the lack of bankable project. Because transport sector actually require, heavy technical studies, socio-environmental safeguards, and all the other, ingredients that will make the project bankable. So the bank has facility in place to help government to prepare project. And here I can briefly mention what we call the Urban Municipality Development Fund, which is a UMDF created by the bank to support that the bank provide. In addition to that, we also provide financing, downstream financing. And I think here in Kenya, as I say, we are looking at line 4 to finance with the minister, but also an example of Dar es Salaam, where we have supported the government of Dar es Salaam with about 200 million to finance the BRT phase 2 of Tanzania. And we have done the same thing also in Dakar, Senegal, where we provided financing for the light rail system, TER, and now we are going for phase 2. So that's to show that the banks put urban development and urban transportation and green urban transportation at the center of his engagement with his country. So we are very much focused on this, and I think also to do this we have various de-risking instrument or guarantee instrument or credit enhancement that the bank also used to actually support the government to do this thing. So I'm happy to have more in detail about this thing as we progress. But let me just stop here also just by saying that we have issue of planning, we have financing, but knowledge is also very important because there are various stakeholders using roads in our countries, and we need to have a knowledge base that can allow us to engage in dialogue with all the various types of users so that everybody find their own, they actually have a space in the cities to also have mobility across the city. I think we talk about non-motorized, we also have the BRT, but also private cars and the multimodality. So all this needs some kind of stakeholder engagement, and the minister also mentioned that you created the intergovernmental coordination framework, which I think is very important because transport is not just about Ministry of Transport, but it's actually a service to the other sectors. So let me stop here, and then happy to come back. Thank you.
My mic, there it is. Okay, great. So thanks again for those remarks, and it's good to hear that AfDB's urban portfolio is growing, and we hope to see that trend continue so that we get more financing for these important projects, including the BRT Line 4 in Nairobi. So I next want to turn to Mary Porter, and in African cities, one of the biggest challenges we have is that our public transport fleets are really dilapidated. They're polluting in a lot of cases. They're belching, very black diesel smoke. And we also have challenges with the business model, where operators run on the target system. So what the driver and conductor earn is based on the number of passengers they carry. And that leads to all the challenges that we face around unsafe driving and, poor customer service. So, what's the role that an institution like IFC can play in helping to transform the public transport sector? So whether it's a matter of renovating the fleets, buying new clean fleets of buses, or helping the industry to modernize and formalize so that we move towards salaried employment and a better model for the operations of the system.
Thanks, and good evening, Your Excellency, Vice President, and ladies and gentlemen. So at IFC, we're working closely with both the public and the private sectors to green the transport infrastructure. And you've probably already heard quite a few times today that the global transport sector accounts for 23% of global energy-related CO2 emissions, and road vehicles count for 70% of direct transport emissions. We have to change this. By mobilizing increased private sector investment into climate-friendly transport systems, we can ensure a shift from, or at least we can strongly encourage, a shift from high carbon to low carbon transport options, including things like expanding bus systems and making them more energy efficient, including through the rollout of electric buses in cities across Africa. We can increase access to e-bikes, as the minister talked about, and fuel-efficient cars to power a more energy-efficient ride ecosystem, ride-sharing ecosystem. We can green logistics, cooling systems to reduce carbon emissions in the movement of goods, perishable goods like food and medicine. What we found in our analysis at IFC is that cities that prioritize green transport stand to gain from an investment opportunity of as much as $2.7 trillion. So IFC is using not just its financing, but also its advisory services to drive change in the transport space. And thus far, we've invested just about $3 billion in the e-mobility value chain globally, spanning investments in mining, manufacturing, research and development, vehicle financing, battery recycling, infrastructure development. And in Africa, we've been working with a variety of different companies and public stakeholders. We've been working with tech-savvy startups in Benin, in Togo, and in Nigeria to support the reduction of carbon emissions through the deployment of more energy-efficient vehicles. Also in Nigeria, we've partnered with the Lagos state government to support the development of 2 bus corridors to increase access to public transportation and reduce vehicle emissions. Around the world, we're working with governments through public-private partnerships to make transport greener. Transport infrastructure needs are humongous. In fact, the world needs to invest an average of $3.7 trillion annually up to 2035 on roads, ports, airports, railways, power, water, telecom, if they're to achieve projected GDP growth. And nearly 2/3 of that investment is going to be needed in emerging markets and developing economies. There's no way governments can handle that level of investment alone. So one way to crowd in private financing, expertise, and innovations is PPPs. So through PPPs, just a quick primer on it, governments partner with the private sector to deliver a public service in line with strict service criteria. The government decides what the project objectives are, while the private sector then takes responsibility to delivering on those objectives. Then payment on delivery and risk sharing helps keep the private sector partner focused on delivering quality public services that meet the country's national development goals. So IFC is working both at national and municipal level with governments to develop these kind of partnerships, and we're doing quite a bit around the world in transport, including here in Africa. For example, in Senegal, we advised the government on the Dakar bus rapid transit PPP. That was the first bus rapid transit PPP in Africa to use 100% electric buses. And when it's completed later this year, it's going to serve around 300,000 passengers a day, connecting people safely and efficiently to jobs, to services, to other sorts of opportunities. So going forward, we see the growing importance of mobilizing innovative finance solutions such as sustainability-linked bonds and green bonds, forest bonds, bonds that have been done here in Kenya and elsewhere. We think we can use that to scale up climate finance in the transport sector. And that's something that we'd like to see happen. Because if you look at the transport sector, climate finance has a critical role to play in enabling the scale up of new technologies at the nexus of energy, transport, and climate, which is, I think, what Thomas was alluding to, scaling up urban transport to support municipalities and local governments, advancing decarbonization practices to transport companies, and helping companies in manufacturing, agri, and service sectors to pursue more efficient and lower carbon fleets and logistics solutions. I could keep going, but I know you're going to pull the hook out in a second. But you know, we've done an e-bus toolkit this year that we published to help cities integrate electric buses into their urban transit systems that we're happy to share with anyone. We're helping companies across the continent to develop and refine their e-mobility strategies. And I just, I would leave you with two thoughts, partially because my last job was ESG director and gender and inclusion. I think as we all move forward to transition to modernize public transportation, we have to bring those involved within the informal sector along with us. And I think we should also be looking at the opportunities to develop transport systems that are more inclusive, safer for women and other vulnerable groups. So I see a lot of upside for all of us. Thank you very much.
To Alan Munua. So Meridium is one of the partners in the Dakar BRT project, and we were wondering if you could tell us a bit more about how that project's being rolled out, some of the lessons learned so far, although it's still in the testing phase, but we hope to see it operating very soon, and how more cities can develop that kind of high-quality public transport system.
Thank you for that. I'm glad to be here and glad to see various partners that we've worked with, including the government of Kenya, EIB, who has been a strong supporter, as well as AfDB and IFC. So we are honored to be here. Maybe before I get into the Dakar BRT, just a few words about who Meridium is. So Meridium is a developer and long-term investor in infrastructure projects. We manage around 20 billion of funds, which is invested across in the US, in Europe, and in Africa. In Africa, we've raised $1.2 billion, which we are now actively deploying on various opportunities, including the Dakar BRT. It's a very interesting project, the Dakar BRT, because this started out quite a number of years ago. I think it was 2017 or 2016, if I'm not wrong. And there was a bid that was run. There are two phases of the bid. One is to develop the actual hard infrastructure, which is the lanes themselves that the buses would use. And then the second bid was to look for an operator for this infrastructure. We participated in that bid, and as luck would have it, we ended up being the only person at the finishing line, so who had done all the detailed work and followed through. And why was this? PPPs are great. I mean, we all talk about the potential of PPPs, but number one, there are not that many people who are ready to actually do real PPPs. So I think for us, we appreciate that the government in that context clearly understood this and really put itself, organized itself to be able to engage with a party who was really ready to and had demonstrated the willingness to do this. And number two, there are not many people, and we pride ourselves in being one, who are private parties who are actually ready to invest for the long term. So as I said, we hold these assets that we invest in for the life of the asset. So we are not trading, we are not, it's not private equity. It's long-term infrastructure investment. So we earn yield over time. So in this case, when that first bit did not proceed as was anticipated, we started then having bilateral discussions with the government of Senegal. And we are obviously very, very grateful for having a very dedicated and focused Ministry of Transport. The discussions involved many people, including the state-owned bus company, including the local transporters, private transporters, which I think for any successful PPP of this nature, it is absolutely critical that all these parties are brought to the table and clearly understand what the objectives are. We had long, at least my colleagues did, long detailed conversations around what the tariffs would be, because you have this main corridor that the BRT is running, but you have to look at things from the perspective of the user, because the user is coming from their home heading somewhere. So you have to figure out what's the total cost that the user is ultimately going to bear, and is it reasonable? Are they willing to pay for it and for that convenience? So we went through all that. As we stand now, we reached financial close a couple of months ago with the support of financing from EIB, financing from EAIF and Propaco. We are on schedule to deliver 180 buses. So I think we have about 60 or so currently in country. And the rollout is going on. We are going through a huge recruitment exercise because the whole exercise will require about 1,000 or so people. So working deeply with with the communities around, trying to identify operators, mechanics, and so on. And also thinking very hard about the charging infrastructure for these buses. So the fleet is 100% electric. We went through a very rigorous process as well, even selecting, because on Meridiam side we are an investor, so we don't manufacture anything, we don't build, we invest. So we go out to the market, and we do have, interestingly for a European company, we do have a Chinese bus supplier, but that was the person who was most competitive and most well suited to deliver on this. So looking forward to the success of this and lots of lessons along the way, and happy to share with everyone as we go on.
Okay. Thanks, Alan. Yeah, it's really exciting to see this project, getting very close to the finish line. ITDP was involved in one of the early feasibility studies many years back for the BRT in Dakar, and it's really amazing to see it almost there on the ground. So I'd like to circle back to Thomas Ostros now. And we've been hearing about the challenges around generating bankable projects. And so we wanted to ask you, what are some things that governments, like both local and national governments, can do to ensure that we have more transport urban mobility projects meeting that bankability threshold? What are some of the preparatory steps that you think government should take? Yeah.
Thank you, and thanks for very interesting interventions from partners and good friends. I say both from our side and from the government side or other type of authorities, there's plenty to do to improve the supply of bankable projects. What we are doing here in Kenya and in East Africa is increasing the number of experts and loan officers on the ground to come closer to the implementing authorities, to solve problems on a daily basis in an easier way. And this is part of our strategy under EIB Global, to be more persons on the ground in partner countries. And I think we have very interesting examples here in Kenya. When we start to think together early, governments and development banks like ours, I think we can solve some of the hiccups that can come later if we do not start together. And this is something that we really need, a political vision, a political stability to implement the vision when it comes to transport, because these are long-term investments, and a dialogue very early on to see what type of challenges do we have ahead.
Great, thanks very much. So I think we have a bit of time for audience questions before I come back to Waziri for his concluding remarks. So anyone who'd like to give a question to this panel on urban mobility before we switch to intercity travel and freight and logistics? Any questions? Yes. I think just speak as loud as you can, and then I'll repeat the question here. Great, thanks. So I'll just paraphrase the question for the translator. So how to improve security on public transport, especially with an eye toward gender inclusion, and also with respect to non-motorized transport. So Thomas, I see you raising your hand. Go for it.
A concrete example, we have been financing in India a lot of metro investments. And there in the project we came to the conclusion together with the promoter that to create women-only carriages in the metro was a way of increasing safety and reliability, at least in the beginning of the expansion of the metro. And that became a great success. And I think these kind of discussions can really lead to practical solutions that also improves the safety.
I think when I spoke earlier about what we plan to do in the city of Nairobi, for example, is that if you have, say, a BRT system, and this is our dream, our plan actually, for the next BRT system, is to make sure that the buses that are going to be brought, apart from being electric buses, we want to make sure that we use this opportunity to reorganize public transport. And so we will install vehicle telematics to the bus. We want to make sure that the bus, inside the bus, there is a camera that is, can be monitored so that you can be able to see from the period where the passenger boards until they alight from the bus. You must be sure that they can be monitored. I saw one of the similar project that was going on in one of the countries. I think I saw that in Dubai. And you would find that even the bus system has biometrics that shows which driver came in, how long did he drive, to make sure that also you promote safety. So I think although we complain as African countries that we've been left behind in terms of infrastructure development and transport system, the opportunity that comes with investing in climate-friendly infrastructure and transport gives us opportunity to leapfrog all the other steps and make sure that we now jump straight to a more smarter and more developed transport system. So I think it's an opportunity for us. If you are in Nairobi, of course, in the past and still even now, one of the challenges that most, as the gentleman has said, people fear is if you use a public transport system, is your child safe? Can you be sure that they can board a bus or a train and get home safely? This is the opportunity for us then as we invest in e-buses to also reorganize the transport system. The second thing is that in the ITS program that we have, the plan that we have with the intelligent traffic system is that we want to integrate it with the security cameras in the city. So, for example, the pilot project that is going on now with the Kenya Urban Roads Authority enables us to see how the buses are moving, and you can use it for enforcement. You can use it to enforce any criminal activities. We all know that since the previous government invested in cameras in Nairobi, the safety went higher in the city than before. So there is also an opportunity for those who are walking, those who are cycling, to benefit from a more transparent city with an investment of more cameras through the ITS system integrated with the security cameras.
Yeah, go for it. And let us know to whom the question is directed. Great, thanks. So the question was for Mary Porter, and it was about integrating solar power production with this push toward electrification, because yeah, in a lot of countries we don't have very clean energy. Fortunately in Kenya and some parts of East Africa, it is mainly renewable sources, but where that's not the case, would solar make sense as a power source?
Yeah, so as far as I'm aware, we haven't done the study, and I'd have to come back to you on feasibility. IFC certainly worked with a number of clients here and in other parts of the world to connect solar PV plants to manufacturers, for example, but how far we've gone on green transport in that space, I'm not sure, but I'm happy to grab your card and follow up with you. We have a sizable team in our infrastructure department, both in Washington and here, who think about nothing other than solar all day long. So I can connect you.
Before we wrap up the urban panel, I want to circle back to CS Merkomen. And one of the questions I have for you is, in a lot of our agencies, because we've had this tradition of just thinking about the cars, as you rightly pointed out in your speech, it's been really hard to change the perspectives of designers who are involved in these urban mobility projects. So what can we do to change the mindsets in our agencies so that we can open up the possibilities for developing much more equitable urban mobility systems?
I think the problem is systemic. It is also in everybody, both the motorists but also the pedestrians. It's now a national problem because everybody sees the roads that they were built for purpose of vehicles. And so it's a fight for survival for the pedestrians. On the other side, the motorists are entitled to use, to feel like the roads are theirs. So inevitably, we will have to do a campaign, a sensitization campaign about the importance of cycling, about respecting those who walk. Interestingly, as I mentioned in my speech, you find if it's 40% already of the people in this city are walking, yeah? But even as they walk, most of them are not walking because they want to walk, okay? They're walking as a way of saving the little that they earn from their daily living. And I can be sure that as they walk, they pray that one day they can drive, yeah? It is not that they are doing it out of choice. So, unlike maybe to use a pedestrian in, say, Sweden, who is conscious of why they are walking, they are conscious about their health, but their living standards are higher. The 40% who are walking in this city are people who are walking because they earn very little every day. So there's a small group of people who live in the leafy suburbs of Nairobi who are now conscious about their health and they want to walk. Those are the ones who are actually talking about NMT from a perspective of NMT by choice. But the rest of the population is NMT by force because they have no choice. Yeah? So we have to go about it to create awareness, to consciously train people, teach people to do so. But also, you have to use the same stick and carrot at some level of punishment. That is why you hear us investing in this, in the instant finding system with cameras. Because it is, I was speaking to the Vice President earlier when he visited me in my office that anywhere in the world where you lose 1,200 pedestrians every year, that is a pandemic. That's a national disaster. And we have, therefore, to use the harder stick in terms of punishment so that then people will instill the fear of God in the motorists, and hopefully we reduce the numbers, and then slowly you change behaviors. So we can't just wait for the civic education. We must also make sure that the heaviest punishment is meted on those who violate traffic rules, particularly where pedestrians are involved.
Thanks so much. So please join me in thanking all of our panelists for this first session. Yeah. And I think everyone can take their seats except for Waziri, if you can stay and remain and join us for the next panel. So from urban mobility, we're going to turn toward regional integration through transport. It's really key that we start to improve not only urban mobility, but see how regional mobility can become more sustainable, and how we can ensure that Africa is more connected. We know that there are issues around connectivity by air, by road, other ways throughout the continent, and we want to see how we can transform that. So to help us delve into those issues, I'll introduce our next panel. So first we have with us Wendy Hughes, the Regional Director for Infrastructure for Eastern and Southern Africa at the World Bank Group. Welcome. And then next I can introduce Alan Kilavuka, the CEO of Kenya Airways. Karibu. We also have Angeline Simana, the Director for Air Transport at the African Civil Aviation Commission. And we have Ibra Wahabu, Senior Program Officer and the Head of Infrastructure Unit at the African Union Development Agency, Nepad. So welcome, panelists. So to get us into this topic, I would like to start with Wendy. So given that regional transport integration is critical for economic growth in the African region, what are some ways that the World Bank is supporting infrastructure projects that can help us get closer to that goal of integration? Yeah.
First, I'd like to start by thanking the government for hosting this and for such a really interesting and inspiring session before this on urban mobility. I really enjoyed that. I hope you will be similarly inspired by this topic, because actually the potential and the need for regional interconnectivity within Africa is hard to overstate, let me put it that way. You know, in terms of being able to support countries in their economic growth, including low carbon economic growth, in things like food security, also climate resilience for the economy and for different sectors in the economy. Regional interconnectivity is absolutely critical. And Africa, I think we all know, has a long way to go, a huge room for improvement in this area. Just one statistic that really I found very striking is that the inter-Africa trade is about 15%. Compared to in Asia, that number is 40%. And within the European Union, it's over 50%. So it's, you know, there's a long way to go, but on the other hand, I think there's a huge opportunity here. You know, the regional interconnectivity is, for the World Bank, it's a key pillar of our Africa transport strategy, really looking to bring jobs, human capital opportunities, and particularly markets closer to Africans. We are focusing our support in 3 areas. One is the global and regional connectivity, which we'll discuss today, but we also are working a lot in the urban mobility space, which is why I found the earlier session so interesting, and also, of course, in rural access. So turning to the regional connectivity, just an example of one of the areas where we're supporting to really try to help the integration happen. In the Horn of Africa, we are supporting countries really to try to, as they build across many sectors, but including transport, to integrate a rather fragmented region. And so there we have projects which are providing support in Kenya, Somalia, Djibouti, and Ethiopia, focusing on strengthening the transport systems, also strengthening the trade links, to really work toward bringing the populations closer to the regional and global markets. So the World Bank has been working in regional integration in general, and specifically regional integration in transport, for decades, including in Africa. And from that experience, there are a few things that we've really kind of picked up, which are common factors that underpin where there's a real chance of success. So I just wanted to give a few examples of that. One is that the benefit here is to really achieve efficiencies. So it's not just the physical distance, it's the economic distance that's important so that economies can be competitive. And here, there are 2 elements that really feature, I think, in the efficiency. One is the multimodal. So different modes, whether we're talking about water transport, rail transport, road transport, have different comparative advantages for different types of freight and for people. And it also offers the really stepped up opportunities for climate-friendly, low carbon, especially when we're talking about rail and water transport. So there's one aspect of the efficiency is to be able to allow countries to use the most efficient forms of transport. So multimodal is very critical. The other, of course, is the logistics systems, where we're talking about logistics centers, freight terminals, one-stop border shops, and also increasingly smart corridors that are using digital technologies. And I think we heard some examples earlier today, but in the regional integration, it can be extremely critical in improving efficiency, also to improve greenhouse gas emissions and improve safety. So in that respect, I just wanted to mention one example of where the World Bank has been supporting this. It's the Douala and N'Djamena intermodal corridor between Cameroon and Chad. And there, the World Bank has joined with European Investment Bank, the European Union, and private sector in an investment which is over $800 million. And it includes railway improvement in Cameroon, road improvement in Chad, and trade facilitation in both countries. And ultimately, the project is expected to benefit about 12 million people and also really drive increases in both those areas. So this is the efficiency, which is very much, I think, two key pieces of that are the multimodal and the logistics part. The other aspect under greening is, we talked about it before also, is the resilience aspect. And here, building resilient transport systems requires not only resilient pieces of infrastructure, but resilient networks and system-wides, identifying the critical links. And this also needs to be done not only at country levels, but in regional levels as well. So countries, inland countries, which are very dependent on a single route to a port. Think what happens to, well, don't have to think, we've seen what happens to countries who are faced where there's a disaster at the port. It doesn't just affect the country where the port exists, it affects the inland countries who sometimes lose access to critical exports and imports for long periods of time. So looking at the entire system and how that can work together. And there I just wanted to sort of mention a couple of things. One is that in that space we're working right now with partners in the governments to finance a freight flow study which is focusing on Lake Victoria region and the key corridors linking to the maritime ports, really to identify what are the key nodes, what are the critical areas of intervention to strengthen not just the aspects of individual parts of the network, but really look at the network itself, including finding alternatives and supporting alternatives so that inland countries are not dependent on a single route for their imports and exports. And there, as part of that, we are already working in Tanzania to support the strengthening, not only the physical strengthening, but specifically focusing on the climate resilience of the key rail link, which is addressing a long-standing flood risk, which is getting worse, and it's clear that piece of infrastructure, which is critical for inland countries as well, is very vulnerable and needs to be strengthened for the whole network to be strengthened. I wanted also just to mention one other angle which is very critical, as we've seen as a factor of importance, which is cross-border commitment and collaboration. There's only so far that a country can go until it hits a border. And then if things are not working well at the border or things on the other side are not working well, you don't get the full benefit for sure. So in that respect, from the World Bank side, we are increasingly looking at multi-country series of projects where we are working with the governments in the region on an overall plan and roadmap, and then working with partners of the governments and other financiers to try to advance in those areas. And here I just wanted to mention that at the moment we are working specifically in Southern Africa, a project preparing in Zambia, linking to the port of Dar es Salaam, which is looking at not only the infrastructure, the whole corridor modernization and one-stop border post, as well as strengthening the secretariat that is managing the corridor. Okay, so I will conclude here by saying that I think there's huge opportunity. The numbers are enormous in terms of what is needed, and some of these regional corridors really can be designed to attract private financing, so I think this is another aspect that needs to be looked at. And from the World Bank side, we are very committed and looking forward to working with countries in the region. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Wendy. So I'd next like to turn to Angeline Simana. And we know that air travel within the continent is really challenging sometimes. It can be very expensive. Sometimes you have to make many transfers to make a single trip. And how can we, so we know we need to make it easier to fly, but we also need to change the emissions trajectory at the same time. So how can we support the need for more convenient air travel within the region to promote economic growth, but ensure that we address the sustainability aspect?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm happy to be here this afternoon. I would have liked to speak to this live image of traffic as we speak now. And I believe it will be evident for all of us that the concentration of traffic flow is all over Europe but Africa. I hope after my presentation we would have sufficient time to reflect together why is that so and what could we do differently. Ladies and gentlemen, that market, the market size of that activity is estimated at a value of 1.25 billion. And growing at a compound annual growth rate of 2.85%, it is projected by 2028 it will be valued at not less than 334 billion in US dollars. Guess what is Africa's share of that market activity? A mere 2%. So, what is that we could do different? It is clear that implementing the intra-African market, the single African air transport market is pivotal, is important, it's an imperative. We have seen lessons elsewhere. Europe, ASEAN, Asia, they had an abundant mentality towards integration, regional integration. A case in point, 2 states in Europe, Germany, and it was Germany and France. In 1965, the 2 governments came together to discuss the implementation of, or the establishment of a consortium to fill a market gap for high capacity, medium to long-term jetliners. They stepped back in 1970, to allow Euro airspace companies to run with this project commercially. Today, Airbus is valued at not less than 123 billion. It employs 56,000 employees across the four production factories in France, England, Germany, and Spain. That is the kind of impact we need, and hence the relevance of YD's implementation for us in Africa. Let's see if we compare, because we have the same policy. Our policy is openness, unrestricted market access to airlines from states, to allow them to take commercial decisions, not in cabinet, but in boardrooms. 27 states in EU came together, are now together. Together, they are a formidable 450 million people. I know if I'm very low on my voice. 450, can you hear me? You can hear me, okay, Alan. 450 million people, roughly, in terms of market size, contributing in aviation activity not less than 991 billion. The contribution of this industry alone to European gross domestic product is 4.4%, and in terms of employment, 3.6%. In Africa, same policy, 44 signatories to YD, an estimated people of 1.4 billion, land mass 30,000 square kilometer. Our gross domestic product is the lowest if compared to other aviation markets. We can only 1/10% of us can afford to travel by air. Within the European airspace, at least each European citizen can afford an all-round trip once per annum. When our ministers met in 1988, it was exactly to achieve the same impact that the EU has accomplished over the years, as well as ASEAN states that were like us during the 60s, the 70s, transitioning from colonial states to what we all have become. So what is it that we need to do? It is clear from the European example, as well as from the American example, partnerships are important. And that's why we believe that if we in Africa, as African states, can open up to each other, not only in terms of what is politically correct to say, but what makes economic sense for us to ensure that we create the jobs, we allow skills transfers in between our states within the intra-African market. I believe that that is what we are interested in, and that is the EU's vision of 2063.
Thanks, Angeline. So with that framing, we want to continue. Thanks. We want to continue on the theme of aviation, and I can turn to Alan Kilavuka. We know that KQ has been taking a leadership role in opening this dialogue on sustainable aviation fuels. So we were wondering if you could say a bit about those efforts and how policy could help accelerate the adoption of sustainable aviation fuels, and also what you're doing to improve ground activities to make them more efficient and reduce unnecessary use of fuel. So, and let's, for the remaining speakers, please keep the remarks to 5 minutes so we can conclude on time.
Okay, thank you very much, moderator. I'll try and keep it short. First of all, to say that my fellow panelists have actually done a bit of work for me, because one of the things I wanted to start by saying is that in aviation, Africa needs to fly more, not less. So there's a pressure all around the world for less flying because there's more emission when you fly. But in Africa, it's quite the opposite. I think you heard from the regional director around connectivity in Africa, very low connectivity in Africa. We need more connection, we need more activity. The continent itself is very large. You've heard from Angeline about the fact that we need to liberalize, and so we need to fly more. So in Africa, we only have 2% of air traffic, global air traffic. We have, as you know, we are 18% of global population. So that needs to increase. And of course, with increasing the flying, you emit more carbon. Now, the biggest way to curb emission of carbon is by dealing with jet fuel, traditional jet fuel, and substitute it for sustainable aviation fuel. We have done that. We are the pioneers of using SAF for commercial long-haul flights out of Africa. I believe that we'll continue pushing that agenda. So we've done that twice now already. But I have to hasten to say that there are two challenges that aviation generally and in Africa in particular will face. The first being the availability of SAF, or sustainable aviation fuel. Right now, I think the globe, we only have 2% of the need to fuel our aircraft. Secondly is a cost. It's estimated between 5 to 7 times using SAF as opposed to using traditional jet fuel. And every time I ask passengers, even those ones who are very switched on, whether you'd pay more, 5 times more for your air ticket if you use SAF, most of them will tell me no, unless you're different. You're different. Yeah, I think so. Because they've all said they'll pay more, 5 times more. But the challenge is there. Doesn't say that we stop, we substitute it, but it's there. So this is going to solve 60% of emissions, but there are other ways that we're using also to tackle this challenge of climate change. We invest more sustainable aircraft that emit less. For example, a Dreamliner, which is a lighter aircraft, which is estimated to consume about 20% less of traditional heavier aircraft. Also use carbon offsetting. We are currently involved in a heavy tree planting exercise in support of our government. So we have committed on our part to plant 12 million trees in the next, by 2030 in support of government. This helps us not just for carbon offsetting, but it's also good for our afforestation in our environment. And then we have also used other green technologies, particularly on the ground, just like was mentioned. If you look at our buses now, we have just bought 4 buses that are all electrical. We're going to order 2 more. Our tractors, we're replacing traditional diesel with electrical tractors. So playing our role in that sense. We are also trying to eliminate some of the emissions that we have or waste plastic. So we collaborate with small enterprises to eliminate excess plastic and use it to convert it to diesel. Okay, that's not purely zero emissions, but at least we're eliminating traffic from the environment. So we are using actually small businesses, and in that sense, supporting sustainability from employment of small businesses and growing in that area. And then the last one that I will use is efficiency. So every minute that you save, every less flying that you can do is important. So using efficient flying, using less burn of fuel, then we also emit less. In fact, that unfortunately has come off. The picture that Angelina was showing there, we have a problem at the moment because when you're flying from North America or Europe, we cannot now overfly Niger, we cannot overfly Gabon, we cannot overfly Sudan. So we're flying an extra about 15% more, so emitting more. So the challenges that we face in this region are unique to this region. So we have to have solutions that are also unique to this region that will substitute the emission of carbon. There are many others, but I think you want me to cut it short there so that
Thanks.
get opportunities for other people. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Great. So now I can turn to Ibra Wahabu. And from you, we'd like to hear from Nepad's perspective, you know, what can be done, what kind of improved regional collaboration would you like to see among governments, and what other steps need to be taken to improve regional connectivity, both in terms of maritime ground transport, but also aviation. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Moderator. I would like first, I think, to convey our sincere appreciation to Honorable Cabinet Secretary and the government for welcoming us. We feel home, and thank you very much. I have 3 points, but just before my first point, just as a matter of context, what is at stake? Soon we will be around over 2 billion people on this continent in less than 30 years. And we are working to build the biggest free trade area in the world. But we have the most critical infrastructure deficit also in the world. So I think that's what is at stake. When we are talking about fostering regional integration, it's really about making the African continental free trade area work and making it work for the people, for the billion of Africans that are coming. What are we doing at the African Union Development Agency, Nepad, and at the AU at large to support regional integration through connectivity and transport infrastructure? 3 things, as I said. Number 1 is prioritization. Supporting our countries to prioritize and come up with a pipeline of projects that have the biggest potential to boost intra-African trade and regional integration. When we look at national level, I think we have great experience for over 60 years of building infrastructure. At regional level, you have a regional master plan. For example, East African Community has one of the best regional infrastructure master plan across the region. But then the prioritization we are talking about is at the continental level. How would you build from the national, regional, and build a continental pipeline of project with the regional integration as objective? And that's why the African Union established PIDA, the Program for Infrastructure Development for Africa, PIDA, which we coordinate with our sister institution, the African Development Bank, AfDB. Now, why that issue around prioritization is important, I mention it, is really to leverage the experience from the countries and from the region and to come up with a continental solutions. Along PIDA, we have another initiative, the Africa Integrated High-Speed Rail Network. which aim really to come up with a more robust solution that come up with a master plan for rail infrastructure project. Now, when we are talking about sustainability, I think we see sustainability at the African level not purely on the environmental side, but sustainability is more about making the infrastructure work for the people, for the business, but also for the planet. And that's why we have under PIDA the integrated corridor approach, where we look issue around environmental sustainability, the issue around urban and rural connectivity, gender sensitiveness, as well as naturally the economic and the financial sustainability of the project. So this is the first point, prioritization. Secondly, when we have the prioritization, when we are talking about regional integration project, there's the issue around harmonization and cross-border collaboration, and I think the previous panelists have highlighted it very importantly. And I will just illustrate it that with two main examples. The first one is a corridor in West Africa that span actually from Cape Verde to Senegal up to Nigeria, and one section of that corridor is the Abidjan-Lagos corridor, which is a multinational highway that spans from Cote d'Ivoire to Nigeria, including 5 countries. And those 5 countries have the particularity of not speaking the same language, do not have the same policy framework when it comes to infrastructure, et cetera, et cetera. So one of our role as the African Union Development Agency is really to bring the countries together with the support of the development finance institution on the continent to come up with a agreed framework and consensus to implement that project, which lead to the creation of the Abidjan-Lagos Corridor Management Authority. The second example is here in Kenya or in East Africa, the Lapset Corridor. This is a corridor from Lamu Port here in Kenya up to South Sudan. And currently, the work that the Kenyan government and their stakeholder and ourselves we are doing is how do you replicate the experience in West Africa here in East Africa so that the Lapset Corridor will have a regional authority that will handle it. We undertook a kind of experience sharing exercise with colleagues from Lapset to ECOWAS, and I think it was fantastic. So the issue around cross-border collaboration is important, but also the issue around harmonization. Harmonization in terms of tools. How do you prepare sustainable project, and which approach that build consensus among all those practice such projects? And this is one of our roles. And finally, because of the time, is around partnership. We foster partnership around sustainable connectivity and around sustainable infrastructure across the continent. One of the latest, I think, product of our partnership is the Africa Green Infrastructure Alliance, together with the African Development Bank and other partners. We are looking forward to building continental pipeline of green infrastructure project. And I think I will stop at this level and just to once again thank you very much for the attention. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Ibra. Yeah. Great. So great. Thanks so much. And to help conclude this panel, I'd like to turn back to Honorable Morkomen to tell us more about the actions that Kenya is taking to improve regional connectivity within East Africa, and then also, you know, what would be your call to action as we come out of this Africa Climate Summit?
Thank you very much. I think a lot has been said by the panelists who have made very insightful presentation. I just need to mention a few things. One is that we are obligated by international law as a country to make sure that we provide access to the sea to all the other countries in the region that are unable to access the Indian Ocean and the sea. And out of that obligation, therefore, we have a coordinating framework in 2 corridors. That is the Northern Corridor, which connects us to South Sudan, to Uganda, South Sudan, Rwanda, Burundi, up to Congo. And we have the other Lapset Corridor that connects us to South Sudan, Ethiopia, and hopefully later to Douala and connect the Indian Ocean to the Atlantic Ocean. The idea, out of that obligation, we have done a lot of investment along the corridor. That includes the railway, the road, and let me just say this, that as from the context of our discussion here about climate change and having green and clean infrastructure, as a country, we have an obligation going forward to provide infrastructure between Mombasa up to Malaba, and hopefully picked by the other countries beyond, and from Lamu to Moyale and Lamu to the border of Kenya and South Sudan, to provide infrastructure for a charging infrastructure for electric vehicles. The thinking now going forward, because we are trying our best to see if we can dual the road from Mombasa to Malaba, is to use the private sector, as has been discussed earlier by previous speakers, to using PPP. And that PPP, in our evaluation, must be green and clean to make sure that there is an infrastructure for charging vehicles, if that be the case in terms of electric mobility. The other responsibility we have is that we now are working on a project to provide for cool logistics to facilitate transport of horticulture and flowers through the sea. As you know, our customer preference now in Europe is changing, and prefer transport by sea for this very important product. I know Alan will not be very happy because that is his strongest part of his business in terms of air transport. And as he works to prove to the customer that transport by air is also green and clean, we are obligated to, as a country, through this multimodal system, to establish a cool logistics corridor. And as such, we are working with the private sector in Netherlands at the moment through what is called a Flying Swan initiative that I've already worked in Ethiopia, worked in South Africa. We want to do the same to make sure that we can facilitate transport of goods by sea. The other project that we are working on is to make sure that we operationalize Lamu, LAPSET project. It will be interesting for all of you to know that we want to deliver a LAPSET project completely 100% PPP to interest private sector. We are now in the process of acquiring the corridor between Lamu to Moyale and Lamu to South Sudan to acquire 50 meters, 500 meters away from the main corridor to make sure that private sector can have space to come and invest even as we develop that corridor. We are tarmacking the road between Lamu and Garissa, and between Garissa and Isiolo is already ongoing. The connection between Isiolo to South Sudan, we are working on it. We're also working with South Sudan to make sure we complete the Nadabal and Nakadok road so that then for South Sudan to pick it from there, and we've just given them a no objection in their desire to work with the World Bank to continue the project all the way to Juba. I know Wendy is laughing because there is a small issue of 11 kilometers in between, but through diplomatic channels we'll make sure that we complete that. We're also working with our neighbors to make sure that we deal with the one border post program. Already in Namanga, that is ongoing. That is already operational. In Malaba, it's operational. In Hispania, it's operational. The only remaining, again, corner is at the South Sudan and Kenya, and we hope that the same can be completed also in Moyale, which we have the infrastructure in place, so that then we can facilitate this project. The last thing I'd like to say, because I can say so many things about this, is that we have a problem as Africa, and we must acknowledge that we are quick to appreciate connection to the outside world in Europe, US, and other parts, very far away from us, but we have a problem opening our airspace to connect ourselves with ourselves. And I can tell you, I have seen friends, I have not done it myself, but I've seen even senior people in this country going to Senegal through France. You know, you fly in the morning to Paris and catch a flight to Senegal and then back to Paris and come back here. It's a joke. I mean, really, it's terrible. If you want to go to your neighboring country, you have a poor air connectivity. And I think we must just look at ourselves on the face as Africans and really ask ourselves, what exactly are we protecting in this so-called airspace that you have, if you can allow another person to access it, but you can't allow yourself to access your airspace. There is a lot of work that needs still to be done when it comes to air travel. And of course, to deal with what we were shown there in terms of our security. You can, for those of you who have traveled in the recent past, you now go to London from Nairobi, you have to take almost 9 hours, something which used to be 7 hours, because you have to avoid Sudan. The other day we used to go through Congo there, Niger. Now you can't go through there because Niger you have to avoid Gabon. So we are making our airspace a bit insecure and making air transport again more complicated and costly in our continent. So I think there are also interconnected issues that we must deal with internally that make sure that our airspace is safe and can promote even more greater connectivity. A lot can be done regionally. Just to report that at the moment, to make SGR more useful for Kenya, we're having a conversation with Uganda at a very, very advanced stage to jointly look for resources to complete the connection between here and Kampala. And our president and the president of Uganda, Yoweri Museveni, have had discussion. I have sat with the ministers, our PSs have sat together, our technical staff. I believe and I hope that by July next year, we should be able to launch that project to complete the SGR to Uganda as a joint project so that it can make sense, as even our friends also in Tanzania are doing the same, so that this central corridor, northern corridor, can become useful in promoting interconnectivity in this continent. Thank you very much.
Great. Thanks so much. So with that, I want to express my gratitude to the Honorable Minister and our other panelists for joining us and sharing your insights. And thanks to all of you for coming to this session on green transport. And okay, let's take a question. Okay, let's do it. Okay, so I'll take this question. Yeah. Sure.
Maybe DRC, it can get power from all the nations that it is boarding, so that when you talk of the electric mobility,
Yeah.
it is able to get power from all the neighboring countries.
Thanks.
And we cannot have what you have.
So number one, any plans to electrify? What? Yeah, we can take one more. Yeah. Anyone else? Okay.
the AU Infrastructure Development Agency, AUDA Nepad, and it has to do with the prioritization of especially the inadequate aviation infrastructure in Africa. And I would like to know your insights on how you are prioritizing infrastructure development, especially that infrastructure that concerns civil aviation activities. My comment, I know a lot has been said on sustainable aviation fuels. I just want to invite the attendance here to another side event, actually two, on the 7th of September at the main courtyard, 1700 hours to 1730. We'll be talking about policy frameworks and financing for decarbonization of international aviation. And then we will also have presentations on acceleration of development and deployment of sustainable aviation fuels in Africa to support net zero by 2050. That will be on the 8th of September at 10:30 to 11:30 at Taifa Hall. Thank you so much.
Great. Any other questions before we, yes?
It is well.
Yes.
Thank you. Bona CS, it's a pleasure to be here. I'm Mercy Mutana, a policy advocate from One Campaign. I'm a Gen Z, and so my question is simply towards inclusion of women and youth. I appreciate your ministry recently hosting a Women in Construction event, and it gives me hope that there will be inclusion of female engineers, young engineers, aviation, personnel, etc. And so my question is to the panel in terms of Africa and even in Kenya. What spaces are you giving towards women, young women and the youth to be able to participate? We may not bring the funds, but we have the strength and resource of being the human resource of the continent, considering we are a continent with a median age of 19 years. So what is our space? Where can we fit in? And I believe we also bring to the table innovation. Thank you.
Great, thanks. So I think first can I go to Ibra and then to Waziri? So on the question of the inadequate aviation infrastructure and what we can do about that.
I don't know what's happening. And thank you to the colleague for the question. When you're saying your plan of prioritization, I think it's our plan of prioritization. One of the PIDA priority project is a SATAM. It's the Single African Aviation Market. So, and you know more than many of us that there is tremendous effort that is going on to make the One Sky project a reality, and all our prioritization issue around the aviation sector is built on that continental framework, which is SATAM. Just with your permission, moderator, from the lady from the One Campaign, I think when I was doing the presentation, maybe I was very quick, but I mentioned that in order to identify these regional projects, two of those fundamental criteria were gender sensitiveness and youth inclusion. And at the African Union level, we have a platform called ANWIN, the African Network for Women in Infrastructure, which is a very good platform of engagement of all women involved in the infrastructure sector, but it's also an advocacy platform to indeed recognize that over the years, we do not have enough women's inclusion and participation in this sector. Thank you very much.
Thanks. And then there were a couple of questions to the Minister about potential electrification of SGR and also on gender inclusion.
Thank you. Let me start with just to pick on the investment in infrastructure for aviation, particularly the airports. I saw yesterday on Twitter somebody who tagged me, someone, I don't know, one of the participants, maybe he's even sitting here, came to our airport and found a lounge that is written government lounge. Then he was really, he videoed himself and was laughing that he has come to, he almost said, to a primitive country where the airport still has an African lounge. So I am yet to respond, a government lounge, sorry. And so I'm yet to respond, but I'm going to respond later, that I wish he knew the entire airport is a government airport. Why? Because we're still sticking to the idea that an airport should be a government built and government run. But we all know that the best airports in the world now are being run by private sector and built by private sector through a PPP program, and then, you know, the landlord just becomes the government. We in Kenya, for example, are working hard to make sure that a new terminal is built in Jomo Kenyatta International Airport, purely PPP, and we are going to announce that in another maybe 2-3 weeks. We hope that in the long run, airports can now be run by private sector and government becomes the landlord. And this could, I'm told this is the easiest project to deliver on PPP. So there should be issue, it's self-financing, it's able to, because you are providing enough infrastructure for the same. Anyway, let me just go to the question that I've been asked. On the SGR part of electrification, the SGR that has been built in Kenya, and I'm sure SGR anyway, it has the capacity to move to electrification when the time comes, when we have the enough energy and we are ready to bring in electric trains and so forth. So there should be no issue. You shouldn't worry about converting it to electrification. We also believe that the railway, and that's a program we're working on now, because of the amount of land we have and the wagons we have and so forth, we want to work with private sector to have solar panels installed in many of the railways facilities, and even the trains, if possible, the wagons, if possible, so that then we can take that energy and be able to sell it to the grid and perhaps raise revenue for the railway itself. The last question I was asked was in relation to, the same question says that there is no power. I believe, and if you had my presentation, was that we have the opportunity. Let the people who can invest. We have the opportunity to invest now in green and clean energy. The reason why we have conferences like this is to interest the world to come to Africa, to come to Kenya, and generate and invest in that clean and energy. We are already working on reforming our institutions so that we don't have monopoly of distribution of power, in the case of Kenya Power and the like. So we've made good progress. Recently, we changed the law to make sure that, we approved in the cabinet change of the law so that the private sector can have commensurate representation in Kenya Power. So that's almost 50-50 representation in the board, and remove this laxity in Kenya Power that they are only giving power for the sake of it. They must know that they are operating as a private company. The last thing was in the inclusion of the youth. It is true, you are right. At the moment, our ministries of energy and our top energy delivering entities and roads delivering agencies delivering the road function are heavily male-dominated and older men, for that matter. And no offense to my peers who have served the ministry since inception, including Kara, and who is now helping me a great deal in the reforms we are doing in the ministry. We have agreed as a ministry and as a government through all the way to the president that we want to make sure that these agencies now get students at what do you call that program, from the inception. Management trainees, yes. They must get management trainees that are well-sourced and must be gender balanced to make sure that we mentor them. We don't want a situation that we have now, that people retire and then you have nobody even to take over from young people. The same to the transport sector. The PS was appointed when he was youth, but time has passed now. He's passing 35 years. So all these sectors, we want to make sure that we mentor our young people. And that's why we held a meeting recently with the contractors who are women only, because we want to create a critical mass of all genders that can be able to contribute to economic development. Sorry for taking your time. I was also buying time to make sure that we don't look like this panel was not serious. We finished it, but we finished it before 6:30.
So let me thank our panelists once again, and thanks everyone for coming, and let's continue this dialogue over the remaining days of ACS. Have a good evening.